Picture this, a young widow standing at a crossroads, dust swirling around her feet as she faces the most important decision of her life. Behind her lies everything familiar, her homeland, her people, her gods. Ahead stretches an uncertain path toward a foreign land with a grieving mother-in-law who has nothing left to offer but heartache. Most would choose the safety of the familiar. But Ruth, she chose love over security, loyalty over convenience, and in that single moment of breathtaking faithfulness, she stepped into a story that would echo through eternity. What if I told you that in the midst of hardship, one small act of kindness could change the course of history? The Book of Ruth isn't just another ancient tale gathering dust on library shelves. It's a masterpiece of hope, painted against the darkest canvas of human loss. This isn't a story of mighty warriors or thundering prophets. There are no plagues here, no walls crumbling at the sound of trumpets. Instead, we find something far more profound, the quiet power of unwavering devotion and the gentle hand of divine providence working through ordinary people making extraordinary choices. In a world that often celebrates the loud and flashy, Ruth's story whispers a different truth. It tells us that loyalty can triumph over loss, that kindness can overcome cruelty, and that sometimes the most powerful force in the universe isn't found in earthquake or fire, but in the still, small voice of love, choosing to stay when everything else falls apart. This is a tale of hope, peace, and God's gentle provision. A story that begins with death and ends with life, starts with emptiness and concludes with abundance, opens with despair and closes with joy so profound it reverberates through generations. The beauty of Ruth's narrative lies not in its complexity, but in its simplicity. It's a story anyone can understand because it touches the universal human experiences of loss, love, loyalty, and redemption. Yet beneath this surface simplicity runs a current so deep it connects the heart of ancient Moab to the throne of David, and ultimately to a manger in Bethlehem, where another story of divine love would unfold centuries later. The story begins not with triumph, but with tragedy. Not in the promised land, but in foreign territory. Naomi, whose name ironically means pleasant, finds herself in the bitter reality of compound grief that would break most spirits entirely. She had left Bethlehem during a famine with her husband Elimelech and their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, seeking survival in Moab, a land that was both geographically close to Israel and spiritually distant from its God. What started as a temporary sojourn became permanent residence when Elimelech died, leaving Naomi a widow in a foreign land. In ancient times, widowhood wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was an economic and social death sentence. Women had little legal standing, no inheritance rights, and depended entirely on male relatives for protection and provision. Yet Naomi found a glimmer of hope when her sons married Moabite women, Orpah and Ruth. These marriages, while controversial by Israelite standards, brought companionship and the promise of grandchildren who would carry on the family name. But hope proved fleeting. After about 10 years in Moab, both sons died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain future together. The Hebrew text doesn't elaborate on how they died. Perhaps disease, perhaps accident, perhaps the simple harsh realities of ancient life. What matters isn't the how, but the devastation that followed. Naomi found herself stripped of everything that defined her identity: wife, mother, provider, protector. She was a living emblem of loss, carrying nothing but grief and 2 foreign daughters-in-law who had their own mourning to bear. When news reached Moab that the famine in Bethlehem had ended, Naomi made a decision, born of both hope and desperation. She would return to her homeland, to her people, to whatever remained of her former life. It was a journey of approximately 50 miles, but It might as well have been to the moon for all the security it promised. She was returning not as the confident woman who had left with her family, but as a broken widow with empty hands and an empty womb, carrying nothing but memories of better days. The moment of truth came when it was time to say goodbye. Standing at the border between Moab and Israel, Naomi turned to her daughters-in-law with words that revealed both her love for them and her own despair. "Go back," she urged them, "each of you to your mother's house. May the Lord show kindness to you, as you have shown to your dead and to me." It was a release tinged with blessing, an act of selfless love that put their welfare above her own companionship. Orpah, after much weeping and embracing, made the practical choice. She kissed Naomi goodbye and returned to her people and her gods. History doesn't judge her for this decision. It was sensible, even wise by worldly standards. She was young enough to remarry, to find security and happiness in familiar surroundings. Her choice was understandable, logical, and completely reasonable. But Ruth made a choice that defied every rational calculation. When Naomi urged her to follow Orpah's example, Ruth responded with words that have echoed through millennia, words that capture the very essence of covenant love. "Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." This wasn't a momentary burst of emotion. It was a deliberate, irrevocable commitment. Ruth wasn't just choosing to accompany Naomi. She was choosing to abandon everything familiar for everything unknown. She was trading the security of her homeland for the uncertainty of being a foreign widow in Israel. She was exchanging the comfort of her people's acceptance for the likelihood of being viewed as an outsider, even an enemy, given the historical tensions between Moab and Israel. Most remarkably, Ruth was choosing Naomi's God over her own family deities. In the ancient world, this wasn't merely a personal preference, it was a complete transformation of identity, worldview, and destiny. She was stepping away from the gods she had known since childhood and embracing the God of Israel, whom she knew primarily through the testimony of her mother-in-law's life and loss. The journey to Bethlehem began with two broken women walking together toward an uncertain future, but it was really the beginning of one of history's most beautiful stories of redemption. Ruth's choice to stay wasn't just loyalty to Naomi, it was an unconscious choice to step into the stream of God's redemptive plan for humanity. Without knowing it, she was walking not just toward Bethlehem, but toward her destiny as an ancestor of kings and ultimately of the King of Kings. The arrival in Bethlehem was far from triumphant. When Naomi and Ruth entered the town, the women who had known Naomi before could hardly believe their eyes. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, seeing the toll that loss and hardship had taken on their former neighbour. Naomi's response revealed the depth of her pain. "Don't call me Naomi, call me Mara, because the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty." It was barley harvest time, a detail that might seem incidental, but carries profound significance. In God's economy, timing is never accidental. They arrived not during the lean months when work was scarce and food scarcer, but during the season of harvest when there might be opportunities for survival. Still, being widowed foreigners in a patriarchal society meant they stood at the very bottom of the social ladder, dependent on the kindness of others and whatever work Ruth could find. Ruth, whose name likely means friendship or companion, immediately proved the accuracy of her name through her actions. Without waiting for Naomi to devise a plan or wallowing in self-pity over their circumstances, she took initiative with the words that reveal her character. "Let me go to the fields and pick up the leftover grain behind anyone in whose eyes I find favour." This simple statement masks the courage it required. Ruth was volunteering to do backbreaking labour in the scorching sun, to work alongside the lowest members of society, to face possible harassment or rejection, all to provide for the woman she had chosen to love. Gleaning was God's provision for the poor, embedded in the law of Moses as a safety net for society's most vulnerable. Landowners were commanded not to harvest to the very edges of their fields and not to go back for grain that was dropped or missed. This leftover grain could be gathered by widows, orphans and foreigners, the three groups most at risk in ancient society. It was honest work, but humble work, requiring long hours bent over in the heat, gathering grain stalk by stalk, hoping for enough to make a small meal. The providential nature of Ruth's story becomes apparent in the simple phrase, "as it turned out." She happened to find herself working in a field belonging to Boaz, a prominent man from Elimelech's clan. But in God's story, there are no coincidences, only the invisible hand of providence, orchestrating circumstances for purposes beyond human understanding. Boaz first noticed Ruth there through his foreman's report. When he asked about the young woman working diligently in his field, he learned her identity. She is the Moabite who came back from Moab with Naomi. That description carried weight. Moabites were not generally welcomed in Israelite society. They were descendants of Lot through an incestuous relationship, and their nation had historically been hostile to Israel. For Ruth to be identified first by her nationality rather than her name suggests the social barriers she faced. Yet when Boaz observed Ruth personally, he saw beyond her foreign origins to her character. He watched her work with steady dedication, saw her respectful interaction with his workers, and most importantly, he had heard of her kindness to Naomi. In a society that valued family loyalty above almost all other virtues, Ruth's devotion to her mother-in-law had become legendary. Word had spread throughout Bethlehem of the young Moabite woman who had abandoned everything to care for her husband's mother. Boaz's first words to Ruth were revolutionary for their kindness. "My daughter, listen to me. Don't go and glean in another field, and don't go away from here. Stay here with the women who work for me." He was offering her protection, stability, and dignity. In ancient times, young women working in fields were vulnerable to harassment and worse. By placing her under his personal protection and encouraging her to work alongside his regular female employees rather than as a desperate outsider, Boaz was treating Ruth not as a foreign charity case, but as a valued person worthy of respect. But his kindness went further. He instructed his workers to let her drink from their water jars when she was thirsty, in a time and place where clean water was precious. He told her to eat with his harvesting crew, sharing in the roasted grain and vinegar that sustained the workers. Most remarkably, he quietly instructed his harvesters to pull out some stalks for her from the bundles and leave them for her to pick up, and don't rebuke her. Ruth's response to this unexpected kindness reveals both her humility and her wisdom. She fell prostrate before Boaz, asking, "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Her question acknowledges her outsider status while expressing genuine gratitude for treatment she neither expected nor felt she deserved. Boaz's answer illuminates the reputation Ruth had already built in Bethlehem. "I've been told all about what you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and your homeland and came to live with a people you did not know before. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." These words are more than polite conversation. They're a blessing that recognizes Ruth's choice to trust in Israel's God. The image of taking refuge under God's wings evokes the protective presence of the Almighty, like a bird sheltering its young. Boaz was acknowledging that Ruth's kindness to Naomi was really an act of faith, a stepping into the covenant community of Israel despite her foreign birth. That day Ruth gathered approximately an ephah of barley, about half a bushel, far more than a typical gleaner could hope to gather. When she returned home and showed Naomi her extraordinary harvest, along with the leftover food from the workers' meal, Naomi immediately recognized God's hand in these events. Her response, "Blessed be he by the Lord, whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead," reveals her growing awareness that their apparent coincidental encounter with Boaz was actually divine appointment. When Naomi learned that the field owner was Boaz, her excitement was palpable. "The man is our close relative," she explained to Ruth. "He is one of our kinsman redeemers." This wasn't just good news, it was the first glimpse of hope Naomi had felt since leaving Moab. The kinsman redeemer system was God's provision for protecting family lines and property. A close male relative had both the right and responsibility to buy back family land that had been sold due to poverty and to marry a widowed relative to preserve the family name and inheritance. Ruth continued working in Boaz's fields through both the barley and wheat harvests, likely a period of several months. Day after day, she laboured faithfully, building a reputation for diligence and integrity while gradually becoming part of the community. She was no longer just the Moabite woman, but Ruth, the devoted daughter-in-law whose character spoke louder than her foreign birth. During this time, a subtle transformation was taking place. Ruth was learning the ways of Israel, observing their customs, participating in their community life. She was also, unknowingly, becoming the object of Boaz's growing admiration and affection. Though significantly older than Ruth, Boaz found himself drawn not to her physical beauty, but to the beauty of her character, her loyalty, her faith, and her gentle strength. This season in the fields was more than economic survival. It was Ruth's integration into the covenant community of Israel and the beginning of a love story that would have implications far beyond the borders of Bethlehem. As the harvest season continued, the relationship between Ruth and Boaz deepened through daily interactions marked by mutual respect and growing affection. Boaz's kindness wasn't mere politeness, it was the recognition of extraordinary character in someone society might easily overlook. Every morning when Ruth arrived in his fields, every conversation they shared, every protective gesture he made, was weaving a tapestry of love, built on a foundation of honour and integrity. Naomi, meanwhile, was experiencing her own transformation. The bitterness that had defined her return to Bethlehem was gradually giving way to something she hadn't felt in years: hope. Watching Ruth's faithful service and witnessing Boaz's unprecedented kindness toward her daughter-in-law, Naomi began to see the hand of God moving in their circumstances. The woman who had declared herself empty was beginning to see the possibility of fullness once again. It was Naomi who first recognized what Ruth, in her humility and focus on daily survival, might have missed. Boaz's interest was more than benevolent concern for a hard-working gleaner. His protection of Ruth, his generous provisions, his public praise of her character, all pointed to something deeper. In a culture where marriages were often arranged for economic and social advantage, here was a man of standing choosing to honour a foreign widow, not for what she could bring him, but for who she was. The harvest season was also a time of community celebration. The successful gathering of crops meant survival for another year, and the people of Bethlehem marked these occasions with festivals and gatherings. During these celebrations, Ruth would have had opportunities to observe Israelite customs, to learn their songs and stories, to better understand the God she had chosen to follow. She was becoming not just a resident of Bethlehem, but a true daughter of Israel. Boaz's generosity during this time went far beyond legal requirements or social expectations. The law required landowners to allow gleaning, but it didn't require them to ensure the gleaners found substantial amounts. When Boaz instructed his workers to intentionally drop extra grain for Ruth, he was going above and beyond duty into the realm of love. When he invited her to share meals with his workers, he was treating her as family rather than charity case. The other workers in the field would have noticed this special treatment. In small communities, nothing goes unobserved, and Boaz's obvious favour toward Ruth would have been the subject of much discussion. Yet the narrative suggests this talk was positive rather than scandalous. Ruth's reputation for integrity and Boaz's character as a righteous man meant their growing relationship was viewed with approval rather than suspicion. During these months, Ruth was also learning about the God of Israel through observation and experience. She saw how the law protected the vulnerable, how the community cared for its members, how even foreigners could find acceptance when they showed faithfulness. The God she had committed to following in her pledge to Naomi was revealing himself to be trustworthy through the kindness of his people. The emotional climate was changing for all three main characters. Ruth, while still focused on providing for Naomi, was discovering that life could hold possibilities beyond mere survival. Naomi was moving from despair to cautious optimism as she watched events unfold. And Boaz, a man who might have remained unmarried and childless, was finding his heart stirred by a woman whose character exemplified everything he valued. The religious significance of this season cannot be understated. Ruth was effectively completing her conversion to Judaism, not through formal ceremony, but through lived experience. She was learning to trust in the God of Israel, not through theological instruction, but through witnessing his provision and protection. Her faith was being refined and deepened through the daily rhythm of work, community, and growing relationship with both Naomi and Boaz. The harvest season was also a time when family relationships and inheritance rights became particularly relevant. With successful crops came discussions of land ownership, family obligations, and the duties of kinsman redeemers. Naomi would have been acutely aware of these conversations, knowing that her late husband's property rights and family obligations remained unresolved. The presence of a kinsman redeemer like Boaz, combined with his obvious interest in Ruth, would have sparked hope for resolution of their precarious situation. As the wheat harvest drew to a close, the foundations had been laid for the dramatic events that would follow. Ruth had proven her character through months of faithful work. Boaz had demonstrated his integrity and growing love through consistent kindness. Naomi had moved from bitter resignation to hopeful planning. The community had accepted Ruth as one of their own, and God's providence had been orchestrating circumstances toward a conclusion that would provide redemption, love, and legacy for generations to come. The harvest season was ending, and with it came both celebration and anxiety about the future. Naomi, who had been quietly observing the growing relationship between Ruth and Boaz, decided it was time to take decisive action. Her plan, which she shared with Ruth, was both bold and risky. Ruth would approach Boaz at the threshing floor during the harvest festival and essentially propose marriage by invoking his rights and responsibilities as a kinsman redeemer. "My daughter," Naomi said to Ruth, "I must find a home for you, where you will be well provided for." This wasn't merely matchmaking, it was strategic thinking about survival and security. Naomi understood that while Boaz's kindness during harvest season had been extraordinary, the relationship needed to move beyond casual benevolence to formal commitment if it were to provide lasting security for both women. The plan required enormous courage from Ruth. She would need to bathe, perfume herself, put on her best clothes, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be winnowing barley. After he had eaten and drunk and was sleeping beside the grain pile, she was to uncover his feet and lie down. When he woke and asked what she wanted, she was to say, Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you're a kinsman redeemer. This might sound forward by modern standards, but it was actually a proper, though bold, way for a woman to request marriage from a kinsman redeemer. The act of lying at his feet was a gesture of submission and trust. The request to spread his garment over her was asking him to take her under his protection as his wife. The same imagery Boaz had used earlier when he spoke of Ruth taking refuge under God's wings. Ruth's response to this plan reveals the depth of her trust in Naomi. I will do whatever you say. She didn't question the wisdom of the approach or worry about the potential for misunderstanding or rejection. She had committed herself to following Naomi's guidance, and she would do so even in this most vulnerable moment. The night at the threshing floor was a pivotal moment in the story. Ruth followed Naomi's instructions precisely, approaching quietly and lying at Boaz's feet after he had fallen asleep. Around midnight, Boaz stirred and discovered someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked in the darkness. Ruth's answer was direct and humble. "I am your servant Ruth. Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you're a kinsman redeemer." She was formally requesting that he fulfill his family obligations by marrying her, thereby providing security for both her and Naomi, and potentially redeeming Elimelech's family property. Boaz's response exceeded Ruth's hopes. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said. "This kindness is greater than that which you showed earlier. You have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor." He was acknowledging that Ruth's approach to him wasn't born of desperation or opportunism, but of faithfulness to family obligations and trust in God's provision. However, Boaz revealed a complication Ruth hadn't known about. There was another kinsman redeemer who had a closer family relationship and therefore first rights to redeem Elimelech's property and marry Ruth. "Although it is true that I am near of kin," Boaz explained, "there is a kinsman redeemer nearer than I." This was devastating news, but Boaz assured Ruth that the matter would be resolved properly according to law and custom. Boaz's handling of this delicate situation reveals his character perfectly. He could have taken advantage of Ruth's vulnerable position, but instead he protected her reputation and committed himself to resolving the legal complications honourably. He told Ruth to stay until morning, but leave before anyone could recognise her, protecting her from potential scandal. Before she left, he filled her cloak with 6 measures of barley, ensuring she didn't return to Naomi empty-handed. When Ruth returned home and reported everything to Naomi, the older woman's response was confident. "Wait, my daughter, until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." Naomi knew Boaz well enough to trust that he would handle the situation with integrity and dispatch. That very morning, Boaz went to the city gate, the place where legal and business matters were conducted in ancient Israel. He sat down and waited for the other kinsman redeemer to pass by. When the man appeared, Boaz called him over and assembled a group of 10 elders as witnesses for the legal proceedings that would follow. The negotiation was masterful. Boaz began by telling the man about a piece of land that had belonged to their relative Elimelech, which Naomi was selling. According to law, the nearest kinsman redeemer had first rights to purchase the property to keep it in the family. The man was interested until Boaz explained the complete package. "On the day you buy the land from Naomi," Boaz said, "you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property." This changed everything. Purchasing the land was one thing, but marrying Ruth meant taking responsibility for supporting her and Naomi, and any sons born to Ruth would inherit the redeemed property rather than being part of the Redeemer's own family line. The closer kinsman declined. "Then I cannot redeem it because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." His refusal, while disappointing for him personally, was providential for Ruth and Boaz. To formalize the transaction, the man took off his sandal and gave it to Boaz, the customary way of transferring rights in Israel. Boaz then made a public declaration before the assembled witnesses. "Today you are witnesses that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The witnesses responded with a beautiful blessing. "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah." This blessing was prophetic in ways the speakers couldn't imagine. They were comparing Ruth to the matriarchs of Israel and expressing hope for the continuation of significant family lines. Their mention of Perez was particularly significant, as Perez was an ancestor of Boaz and would be an ancestor of David and ultimately Jesus. The marriage between Ruth and Boaz was celebrated throughout Bethlehem. Here was a love story that had captured the community's imagination. The virtuous foreign woman and the honourable landowner, brought together by providence and confirmed by their own choices of faithfulness and integrity. Their wedding was not just a personal celebration, but a community affirmation of God's goodness and the power of loyal love. Ruth, who had come to Bethlehem as a destitute foreign widow, was now the wife of one of the town's most respected men. Naomi, who had returned empty, was now provided for and honoured as the mother-in-law of a prominent family. Boaz, who might have remained childless, was married to a woman whose character and beauty had won his heart. The redemption was complete, financially, socially, emotionally, and spiritually. The marriage of Ruth and Boaz represented more than the happy ending to a beautiful love story. It was the beginning of a legacy that would reshape history. Their union produced a son named Obed, whose birth brought completion to the themes of redemption and restoration that had woven throughout the narrative. When the women of Bethlehem saw Naomi holding her grandson, they declared, "Naomi has a son," acknowledging that through Ruth's faithfulness, Naomi's line would continue. The birth of Obed was celebrated as divine vindication of Ruth's loyalty and God's faithfulness to his people. The same women who had witnessed Naomi's bitter return to Bethlehem now rejoiced with her in this ultimate reversal of fortune. "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a kinsman redeemer," they told Naomi. "May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who's better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." The significance of being better than 7 sons cannot be overstated in a culture that prized male heirs above all other blessings. 7 was the number of completeness and perfection. So to say Ruth was better than 7 sons was to declare her the ultimate blessing. A foreign woman who had proven more valuable than the greatest treasure a family could hope for. But the story of Ruth and Boaz was part of a much larger narrative that wouldn't be fully revealed for generations. Their son Obed became the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. Through their lineage, Ruth, the Moabite widow, became the great-grandmother of the man after God's own heart, whose dynasty would rule Israel and whose throne God promised would endure forever. The genealogy that concludes the book of Ruth traces the line from Perez, son of Judah and Tamar, through Boaz and Ruth to David, showing how Ruth's faithfulness became part of the messianic line. What began as a simple act of loyalty to a grieving mother-in-law ultimately contributed to God's plan for redeeming all humanity. Ruth's decision to stay with Naomi and adopt Israel's God placed her squarely in the centre of salvation history. This foreign woman, who could have been excluded from the covenant community, instead became one of only 4 women mentioned in Matthew's genealogy of Jesus, along with Tamar, Rahab and Bathsheba. Each of these women had unusual circumstances that made their inclusion remarkable, but Ruth's story is particularly beautiful because it demonstrates how God's love extends beyond ethnic and national boundaries to embrace all who respond to him in faith. The legacy of Ruth extends beyond genealogy to the realm of character and faith. Her story became a teaching tool for generations of Israelites about the power of loyal love, the Hebrew concept of hesed that encompasses devotion, faithfulness, and sacrificial commitment. Ruth embodied hesed in her relationship with Naomi, and Boaz demonstrated it in his treatment of Ruth. Their marriage was built on this foundation of covenant love that mirrors God's relationship with his people. Ruth's integration into Israelite society also established an important precedent for how foreigners could be welcomed into the covenant community. Her acceptance wasn't based on her ethnicity or social status, but on her character and faith. She proved that nationality was less important than loyalty, that birth circumstances mattered less than personal choices, and that God's family was open to all who chose to belong to it. The story of Ruth also demonstrates God's providence in the seemingly ordinary events of life. There were no dramatic miracles in Ruth's story, no parting of seas or walls falling down, yet God's hand guided every step. The timing of their arrival during harvest season, the chance encounter with Boaz's field, the availability of the kinsman-redeemer laws, the other redeemer's decision to decline his rights, all of these coincidences work together to create the perfect conditions for redemption and blessing. For Naomi, Ruth's legacy meant the restoration of everything she thought she had lost forever. Through Ruth's son, Naomi's family line continued, her security was assured, and her later years were filled with joy instead of bitterness. The woman who had asked to be called Mara, bitter, was now surrounded by the sweetness of new life and hope. For Boaz, marrying Ruth brought fulfillment he might never have expected. Instead of remaining childless, he became the father of a son who would carry on his name and values. His kindness to a foreign gleaner was rewarded with a love that enriched his life and extended his influence through generations. For Bethlehem and the wider community, Ruth's story became a testament to the power of character over circumstances. Her reputation for faithfulness outlasted her foreign origins, and her descendants would bring honour to the very town where she had once worked humbly in the fields. The house of bread, Bethlehem's meaning, became truly blessed through the presence of this woman who had chosen loyalty over security. The themes of Ruth's story, loyalty rewarded, faithfulness blessed, love conquering prejudice, and providence working through ordinary events, would resonate throughout Scripture and human experience. Her example of sacrificial love prefigures the ultimate sacrifice that would come through her descendant, Jesus, who would demonstrate the same kind of loyal love on a cosmic scale. Ruth's legacy teaches us that small acts of faithfulness can have eternal consequences, that God's plans often work through unlikely people in unexpected ways, and that the greatest blessings sometimes come disguised as difficult choices. Her decision to stay with Naomi seemed like the harder path, but it led to blessings she could never have imagined. As we close the pages of Ruth's story, we're left not with the thunderous echoes of conquest or the dramatic flourishes of miracle, but with something far more profound, the quiet certainty that love endures, that faithfulness matters, and that God's gentle hand guides even the most ordinary moments toward extraordinary purposes. Ruth's tale doesn't shout at us, it whispers truths that settle into our hearts, like seeds waiting for the right season to bloom. The beauty of Ruth's narrative lies in its accessibility. We may never face exile in a foreign land or need to glean in harvest fields, but we all encounter crossroads where we must choose between security and loyalty, between what's easy and what's right. Ruth's story reminds us that these moments, when we choose love over convenience, faithfulness over comfort, are the building blocks of legacy. In our contemporary world, where relationships are often disposable and commitment is seen as restriction rather than strength, Ruth's devotion to Naomi offers a counter-narrative. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay," weren't just poetry. They were a life philosophy that valued connection over independence, loyalty over self-preservation. In an age of radical individualism, Ruth models radical commitment. Her story also speaks to anyone who has ever felt like an outsider. Ruth was foreign by birth, widowed by circumstance, and poor by necessity. 3 strikes that should have kept her on society's margins. Yet through character and faith, she moved from the periphery to the centre of God's plan. Her journey from Moabite stranger to beloved ancestor of kings offers hope to everyone who has wondered if their background, circumstances, or mistakes disqualify them from significance. The gentleness of God's providence in Ruth's story offers comfort to those who wonder if their lives matter in the grand scheme of things. There were no burning bushes or angelic visitations in Ruth's experience, just the quiet orchestration of ordinary events toward extraordinary outcomes. Her story suggests that God is just as present in the mundane moments as in the miraculous ones, working through harvest seasons and chance encounters to weave tapestries of grace. For those experiencing seasons of loss like Naomi, Ruth's story offers hope without minimizing pain. Naomi's bitterness was real and justified. She had lost everything that mattered to her. Yet through Ruth's faithfulness and God's providence, her empty hands were filled again. The story doesn't suggest that loss isn't real, or that pain isn't valid, but it does promise that emptiness isn't the end of the story. Boaz represents the power of kindness and integrity in a world that often seems harsh and selfish. His treatment of Ruth demonstrates how one person's compassion can transform another's entire trajectory. He saw beyond her circumstances to her character, beyond her foreignness to her faithfulness. In doing so, he models how we might approach the marginalised and struggling people in our own communities. The redemption theme that runs throughout Ruth's story speaks to our deepest longing for second chances and new beginnings. Ruth redeemed Naomi's emptiness through loyalty. Boaz redeemed Ruth's vulnerability through love. Their union redeemed a family line that seemed destined for extinction. This pattern of redemption points toward the ultimate Redeemer who would come through their lineage, offering restoration to all who are broken, lost, or forgotten. Perhaps most powerfully, Ruth's story reminds us that our choices ripple through eternity in ways we cannot foresee. When Ruth chose to stay with Naomi, she had no idea she was choosing to become the great-grandmother of King David or an ancestor of Jesus. She simply chose love. Her decision, made in a moment of grief and uncertainty, affected the course of history and the salvation of the world. The story teaches us that faithfulness is its own reward, but it's also the foundation for blessings we cannot imagine. Ruth's loyalty to Naomi brought her love with Boaz. Her willingness to work humbly brought her honour. Her choice to embrace Israel's God brought her into the centre of his redemptive plan. As we reflect on Ruth's journey from foreign widow to beloved ancestor, we're reminded that God delights in using the unlikely and the overlooked. He chooses the humble to confound the mighty, the faithful to accomplish the impossible, the loving to heal the broken. Ruth's story is ultimately not about her exceptional character, though that was remarkable, but about God's exceptional grace working through ordinary obedience. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, Ruth's story offers the gentle assurance that someone is writing a larger story, weaving together our small acts of faithfulness into a tapestry of purpose and beauty. Every choice to love instead of abandon, to stay instead of leave, to serve instead of demand, becomes part of a narrative larger than ourselves. The final truth Ruth's story whispers to our hearts is perhaps the most beautiful of all. Sometimes the smallest acts of love carry the weight of eternity. A foreign woman's decision to care for her grieving mother-in-law became part of the story that leads to Christmas morning and the cross of Calvary. Her simple faithfulness participated in God's plan to redeem not just a family, but a world. Ruth's legacy lives on not only in the genealogies of Scripture, but in every act of sacrificial love, every choice of loyalty over convenience, every decision to stay when leaving would be easier. Her story continues in our stories when we choose, as she did, to let love be our guide and faithfulness be our strength. In the end, Ruth teaches us that we don't need to be heroes to be heroic. We don't need to be perfect to be used by God. And we don't need to see the whole staircase to take the next step of faith. Sometimes, all that's required is the courage to say, like Ruth, "Where you go, I will go," and trust that the God who guided her steps will guide ours as well. The gentle hope of Ruth's story rests in this beautiful truth. In God's economy, no act of love is ever wasted, no gesture of faithfulness ever forgotten, and no choice to follow him ever in vain. Sometimes the smallest acts of love carry the weight of eternity, echoing through generations and touching the very heart of God's redemptive plan for humanity.
Hello dear listener and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whether it was filled with joy or challenges, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling down for the evening, or perhaps finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day? Wherever you are listening from, know that you are part of our global community of souls, seeking peace and spiritual connection. If this is your first time joining us, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. We're here to bring you stories that nourish the spirit and calm the mind. Tonight, we journey to ancient Judah, to a time when God called a young man named Jeremiah to carry a message of both warning and hope. This is a story about divine calling, about being reshaped by loving hands, and about finding purpose even in the midst of struggle. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the 13th year of King Josiah's reign over the kingdom of Judah, when the morning mist still clung to the hills of Anathoth, a young man named Jeremiah sat beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, and somewhere in that whisper something stirred within his heart. Something he couldn't yet name, but could feel as surely as the warm earth beneath his feet. Jeremiah was not like the other young men of his village. While they spoke boldly of their plans and dreams, he preferred the quiet company of his thoughts. While they gathered in the marketplace to debate and jest, he found himself drawn to solitary places where he could listen to the deeper rhythms of life. His father, Hilkiah, was a priest, and perhaps that was why Jeremiah felt such a natural pull toward the sacred, toward the spaces where heaven seemed to touch earth. On this particular morning, as the sun climbed higher and cast dancing shadows through the olive branches, Jeremiah felt that familiar stirring grow stronger. It was as if someone were calling his name from a great distance, though he heard no voice with his ears. The sensation was both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a vast ocean, knowing you were meant to step in but uncertain of your ability to swim. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken directly into his ear, came the words that would change everything. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Jeremiah's heart raced. He looked around, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, but he was alone with only the olive tree and the endless blue sky as witnesses. The voice came again, gentle yet unmistakable. "Jeremiah, I have called you to be my messenger." The young man's immediate response was one of panic. "Sovereign Lord," he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself, "I don't know how to speak. I am too young. Who would listen to me? I am nobody special, just a priest's son from a small village. Surely you have made a mistake." But the presence that surrounded him was filled with such love and certainty that his fears began to quiet. "Do not say you are too young," came the gentle correction. "You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you." In that moment, Jeremiah felt something touch his lips. Not a physical touch, but something deeper, more real than anything he had ever experienced. "I have put my words in your mouth," the voice continued. "See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." As the presence gradually faded, leaving only the normal sounds of morning, birds singing, leaves rustling, the distant lowing of cattle, Jeremiah remained sitting beneath the olive tree, stunned by what had just occurred. His life had been ordinary just moments before, and now he was being called to something extraordinary. The weight of it should have crushed him, but instead he felt a strange peace settling over his spirit. He didn't yet understand what lay ahead, couldn't foresee the years of rejection and persecution that awaited him, or the deep wells of sorrow he would have to draw from. He only knew that the God of his fathers had spoken to him, had chosen him for a purpose that was both terrible and wonderful. And though he trembled at the thought of it, something deep within him whispered back, "Yes, Lord, I will go." Months passed after Jeremiah's calling, and he found himself struggling with the enormity of his task. The messages that came to him were not easy ones. Words of warning about the spiritual condition of Judah, prophecies of coming judgment if the people didn't turn back to their God. How could he, a young man with no credentials or authority, stand before the elders and priests and kings with such heavy words? One morning, as Jeremiah prayed in the quiet of his chamber, seeking guidance for this impossible mission, he heard the familiar voice of the Lord speaking to him once again. "Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message." Jeremiah had passed by the potter's house countless times in his life, but had never paid it much attention. It was a humble building on the outskirts of the village, marked by the constant sound of the spinning wheel and the earthy smell of wet clay. As he approached that day, however, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if he were about to witness something profound. The potter was an elderly man named Malachi, whose hands bore the calluses and clay stains of decades spent at his craft. His hair was white as wool, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of someone who had spent his life creating beauty from formless earth. When Jeremiah arrived, Malachi looked up from his wheel and smiled, as if he'd been expecting him. "Shalom, young prophet," Malachi said, his voice warm with genuine kindness. "Please sit and watch. I have work to do." Jeremiah settled himself on a wooden stool in the corner of the workshop, fascinated despite himself. He had never really watched a potter at work before, had never paid attention to the intricate process of creation that happened in this simple space. The wheel began to turn, and Malachi placed a lump of clay in the centre, his hands moving with practiced precision. At first the clay seemed to resist, wobbling and threatening to collapse, but Malachi's hands were steady and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure, guiding the clay upward into the beginning of what would become a vessel. Jeremiah watched in wonder as the formless lump slowly took shape, a wide base, curving sides, the promise of something beautiful and functional. But then something went wrong. Perhaps there was a stone in the clay, or a dry patch that wouldn't bend. The emerging vessel began to collapse, its sides caving in despite the potter's careful ministrations, Jeremiah expected to see frustration on Malachi's face, perhaps anger at the ruined work. Instead, the old man simply smiled and pressed the clay back into a lump, ready to begin again. "The clay has its own nature," Malachi explained, his hands already starting to reshape the material. "Sometimes it has hard spots, or air bubbles, or impurities that make it difficult to work with. But clay is forgiving. It can always be reformed, reshaped, made into something new." As Jeremiah watched, the potter began again, this time working the clay more thoroughly, removing the impurities that had caused the first attempt to fail. Slowly, patiently, lovingly, a new vessel began to emerge, different from the first but no less beautiful. In fact, this second creation seemed to have a character all its own, shaped by the very challenges that had destroyed its predecessor. It was then that Jeremiah heard the voice of the Lord speaking to him, as clear as if someone were standing beside him. "Can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand." The words hit Jeremiah like a revelation. He understood now why he had been sent to this place, why he needed to witness this simple yet profound act of creation. The people of Judah were like clay in God's hands, sometimes stubborn, sometimes marred by the impurities of sin and rebellion. But God was not a harsh taskmaster who would discard them when they failed to take shape properly. He was like Malachi, patient and loving, willing to reshape them again and again until they became the vessels he had always intended them to be. "The message I want you to carry," the Lord continued, "is not just one of judgment, but of hope. Yes, I must sometimes tear down what is corrupt and broken, but I tear down in order to build up again, in order to create something better and more beautiful than before." Jeremiah felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the potter's hands continue their gentle work. Here was a picture of God's character that he had never fully grasped before. Not the angry judge he had sometimes imagined, but the patient artist who sees potential in every lump of clay, who never gives up on his creation, who can bring beauty from the most unlikely materials. "Thank you," he whispered to Malachi as he prepared to leave. The old potter looked up from his work and smiled. "The clay thanks the potter by yielding to his hands," Malachi replied. "Perhaps that is all any of us can do, yield to the hands that know how to shape us into something beautiful." As Jeremiah walked home through the narrow streets of his village, he felt a new understanding of his calling beginning to take root in his heart. He was not just a bearer of bad news, but a messenger of hope. The God who had called him was not a destroyer but a creator, not a tyrant but a loving craftsman who would never abandon his work. The words came to him then, the message he would carry to the people of Judah. "If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it." It was a message of both warning and promise, of judgment and mercy intertwined. Like the potter's hands, God's discipline was always aimed at restoration, always working toward the creation of something more beautiful than before. Armed with this new understanding, Jeremiah began his prophetic ministry in earnest. But if he had hoped that his message of God's love and patience would be readily received, he was quickly disillusioned. The people of Judah, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful priest, seemed determined to resist the very hands that were trying to reshape them. His first major public appearance came during the reign of King Jehoiakim, Josiah's son, who had turned away from his father's reforms and allowed idolatry to flourish once again throughout the land. Jeremiah stood in the temple courts, his voice carrying across the stone courtyard as he delivered the message God had given him. "This is what the Lord says," he proclaimed, his young voice growing stronger with each word. "Reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, 'This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.' if you really change your ways and your actions and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place, in the land I gave your ancestors for ever and ever." The reaction was immediate and hostile. The priests, who had grown comfortable with their compromises and political alliances, saw Jeremiah's words as a direct threat to their authority. The wealthy merchants and nobles who had prospered by exploiting the poor and forming partnerships with pagan nations heard his call for justice as an attack on their way of life. "Who does this young man think he is?" they muttered among themselves. "He speaks of judgment and destruction like some kind of doomsday prophet. Where is his authority? Where are his credentials?" But Jeremiah continued, his heart breaking even as he spoke the words God had given him. He could see the spiritual adultery that had infected his beloved nation, the way they had turned from the God who had delivered them from Egypt and given them this promised land. They had made alliances with foreign powers, adopted their gods, and forgotten the covenant that had made them a people set apart. "My people have committed 2 sins," he declared, his voice now thick with emotion. "They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water." The imagery was powerful and heartbreaking. Jeremiah could see it so clearly. A nation that had access to the purest, most life-giving water imaginable, yet had chosen instead to dig broken wells that left them thirsty and desperate. They had exchanged their glory for worthless idols, their security for political alliances that would ultimately fail them. As the weeks and months passed, Jeremiah's message remained consistent, but the opposition grew fiercer. He was mocked in the streets, his words dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Children threw stones at him, and adults crossed to the other side of the road to avoid his presence. The loneliness was crushing, but what hurt most was seeing the people he loved rushing toward destruction, their ears closed to the voice of the one who wanted to save them. One particularly dark day, after being physically threatened by a group of priests who wanted to silence him permanently, Jeremiah found himself wondering if he had misunderstood his calling. Perhaps God hadn't really spoken to him at all. Perhaps he was just a deluded young man with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward melancholy. But then he remembered the potter's house, the gentle hands shaping and reshaping the clay, and he understood something profound about the nature of love. True love doesn't just tell people what they want to hear, it tells them what they need to hear, even when that truth is painful. The potter sometimes had to apply pressure to the clay, had to work out the impurities and air bubbles, and this process wasn't always comfortable for the clay, but it was necessary for the clay to become what it was meant to be. "I am not their enemy," Jeremiah whispered to himself as he walked through the quiet streets late one evening. "I am their friend. I am speaking these hard words because I love them, because God loves them, because we can't bear to see them destroy themselves." The revelation gave him strength to continue, even as the opposition intensified. He began to write down his prophecies, creating a record of God's words that could be preserved even if his voice was silenced. He wrote of the coming judgment, but also of the hope that lay beyond it, the promise of a new covenant, a time when God would write his law on their hearts rather than on tablets of stone. "The days are coming," he wrote, his hand moving quickly across the parchment, "when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people." Even in the midst of his loneliness and rejection, Jeremiah held on to this vision of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The process might be painful, but the end result would be worth it all. There came a time when the weight of his calling became almost too much for Jeremiah to bear. The constant rejection, the threats, the loneliness of being God's messenger to a people who didn't want to hear from God. It all pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had been faithful to his calling for years now, and what did he have to show for it? A nation that seemed more rebellious than ever, leaders who actively opposed him, and a heart that felt like it might break from the strain. The breaking point came when Pashur, the priest who was chief officer in the temple, had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight for prophesying that Jerusalem would be destroyed. The humiliation was complete, displayed like a common criminal in front of the very people he was trying to save. When he was released the next morning, bruised and aching, Jeremiah's first instinct was to flee. He made his way to his favourite spot of solitude, a small grove of trees outside the city where he often went to pray. There, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature, he poured out his heart to God in words that were both complaint and lament. "You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived," he cried out, his voice raw with emotion. "You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long. Everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." The words felt almost blasphemous as they left his lips, but they were honest words, torn from the depths of his soul. He'd given everything to this calling. His youth, his dreams of a normal life, his relationships with family and friends. And for what? To be treated as a pariah, a madman, a troublemaker. In that moment of deepest despair, Jeremiah made a decision that felt like the only sane choice left to him. He would be silent. No more prophecies, no more warnings, no more attempts to turn the hearts of a stubborn people back to their God. He would find a quiet corner of the world and live out his days in peace, letting others worry about the spiritual condition of the nation. The resolve felt good at first, like setting down a burden that had been crushing him. For several days, he said nothing about the visions that continued to come to him, ignored the urgings in his spirit to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. He tried to live like a normal person, to find satisfaction in simple pleasures and everyday concerns. But something strange began to happen. The more he tried to suppress the words God had given him, the more they seemed to burn within him. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his bones, a flame that grew hotter the more he tried to smother it. The visions wouldn't stop coming. The burden for his people wouldn't lift, and the words of God seemed to be blazing inside him like a furnace. "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name," he found himself whispering, "his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." The realization came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the mountains. He couldn't stop being a prophet any more than he could stop being human. This wasn't just something he did. It was who he was. God had formed him in the womb for this purpose, had written this calling into the very fabric of his being. To deny it would be to deny himself, to attempt to live as someone he was never meant to be. But more than that, he began to understand that his struggles and sufferings were not signs that he had failed in his calling, but evidence that he was fulfilling it exactly as God intended. The potter sometimes had to apply intense heat to the clay to make it strong and durable. The fire in his bones wasn't a punishment. It was the very thing that qualified him to speak for God. "The Lord is with me like a mighty warrior," he declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. "So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonour will never be forgotten." The change in perspective was revolutionary. Instead of seeing his sufferings as evidence of God's abandonment, Jeremiah began to understand them as proof of God's presence. The fire in his bones wasn't consuming him. It was refining him, purifying him, making him into the kind of vessel that could carry God's words to a broken world. He thought again of the potter's house, of the way Malachi had worked the clay with such patience and skill. Sometimes the potter had to put the vessel into the fire to make it strong, to burn away the impurities and set the shape permanently. The heat wasn't cruelty, it was love, the kind of love that was willing to do whatever it took to create something beautiful and lasting. "I will speak," Jeremiah said aloud, his voice carrying across the quiet grove. "I will speak because I must, because the words are like fire in my bones, because God has made me a prophet to the nations. I will speak not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. I will speak not because people want to hear, but because they need to hear. I will speak because the potter is still at work and I am his instrument." The fire in his bones had become not a burden, but a gift, not a curse, but a blessing. It was the very thing that enabled him to continue when everything else told him to quit, the divine energy that sustained him through rejection and persecution. He was not just a messenger, he was a burning message, a living embodiment of God's passionate love for his people. The years passed, and Jeremiah's prophecies began to unfold with heartbreaking accuracy. The Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, laid siege to Jerusalem just as God had warned through his prophet. The city that had been called the joy of the whole earth was now surrounded by enemy forces, its people trapped within walls that had once seemed impregnable. During the siege, Jeremiah found himself in an impossible position. His prophecies of judgment were being fulfilled before everyone's eyes, but instead of vindicating him, this only increased the hostility toward him. The leaders of Jerusalem accused him of being a traitor, of collaborating with the enemy by undermining morale with his gloomy predictions. "You're deserting to the Babylonians," they shouted when he tried to leave the city on a simple errand. They arrested him, beat him, and threw him into a dungeon where he remained for many days, forgotten and alone. But even in that dark place, the word of the Lord continued to come to him, and strangely, it was not a word of judgment, but of hope. "Call to me and I will answer you," came the familiar voice in the darkness. "I will tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." The message that came to him there in the dungeon was one of the most beautiful and hopeful prophecies he had ever received. It spoke of a time when the city would be rebuilt, when the people would return from exile, when joy and celebration would once again fill the streets of Jerusalem. It was a promise of restoration so complete and wonderful that it seemed almost too good to be true. "I will bring health and healing to it," God promised. "I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. I will bring Judah and Israel back from captivity, and will rebuild them as they were before. I will cleanse them from all the sin they have committed against me, and will forgive all their sins of rebellion against me. Then this city will bring me renown, joy, praise and honour before all nations on earth that hear of all the good things I do for it." Even as the sounds of warfare grew louder outside his prison walls, Jeremiah held on to these words of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the broken clay of human hearts and human history. When the city finally fell, it was as devastating as Jeremiah had predicted. The temple was destroyed, the walls torn down, the leaders killed or carried away into exile. The sight of Jerusalem in ruins was almost more than the prophet could bear. This was the city where God had chosen to dwell, the place where his people had worshipped for centuries. Now it lay in smoking rubble, its streets filled with the debris of a civilization that had forgotten its God. In the aftermath of the destruction, Jeremiah sat among the ruins and wept. The tears came not from a heart that said, "I told you so," but from one that was genuinely broken for the suffering of his people. He had warned them, yes, but he had never wanted to see them destroyed. He had hoped until the very end that they would turn back to God and avoid this terrible fate. It was then that he began to write what would become known as the Book of Lamentations, a collection of funeral songs for a dead city, poems of grief and mourning that captured the full depth of the tragedy that had befallen Jerusalem. But even in the midst of this profound sorrow, hope refused to be extinguished. "Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed," he wrote, his hand trembling as he formed the words. "For his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." The words seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his own understanding, as if the Spirit of God was using his human grief to express a divine truth that transcended the immediate circumstances. Yes, Jerusalem had fallen. Yes, the people were scattered and the temple destroyed. But God's love had not failed. His faithfulness had not ended. His compassions were indeed new every morning, even in the darkest of times. The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him, he continued, to the one who seeks him. It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. As he wrote these words, Jeremiah began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't based on circumstances or on the absence of suffering. True hope was rooted in the character of God himself, in his unchanging love and faithfulness. The potter might allow the clay to be broken, but he would never abandon it. He might permit the vessel to be shattered, but only so that he could create something even more beautiful from the pieces. For no one is cast off by the Lord forever, he wrote, his voice growing stronger with each word. Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love. For he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone. The ruins of Jerusalem became, in a strange way, a place of worship for Jeremiah. There among the broken stones and scattered debris, he found a closeness to God that he had never experienced before. The external symbols of faith were gone, but faith itself remained. The building had been destroyed, but the builder continued his work. People would come to him there, survivors of the siege who were struggling to make sense of what had happened. They would ask him why God had allowed such suffering, why the innocent had to pay for the sins of the guilty, why the city of God had been given over to pagan armies. I cannot answer all your questions, Jeremiah would tell them gently, but I can tell you what I have learned in my years of walking with the Lord. He is like a potter who shapes clay, and sometimes the shaping process is painful. But he never works without purpose, and he never abandons what he has begun. The vessel may be broken, but the potter's hands are still at work creating something new from the pieces. In the final years of his life, Jeremiah found himself in Egypt, carried there against his will by a group of Jewish refugees who feared remaining in the land of Judah. It was not where he had expected to end his days, far from the city he had loved and served for so many years. But even in this foreign land, he continued to speak the words God gave him, continued to comfort and challenge the people who had been scattered by the winds of history. As he sat one evening by the banks of the Nile watching the sunset over the ancient land of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah reflected on the long journey that had brought him to this place. He was no longer the young man who had trembled beneath the olive tree at his first calling. His hair was now white, his hands marked by years of writing and rewriting God's words, his heart scarred by decades of rejection and persecution. But he was not bitter. Somehow, through all the pain and struggle, he had learned to see his life as part of a larger tapestry that God was weaving through history. He was just one thread in that tapestry, but he had been woven in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for exactly the right purpose. A young Jewish woman approached him as he sat by the water, her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty and pain he had seen in so many faces over the years. "Prophet," she said softly, "my heart is broken. I have lost everything, my home, my family, my future. How can I believe that God still cares about me?" Jeremiah smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. "Let me tell you a story," he said, his voice warm with the wisdom of long experience. "Once God sent me to a potter's house to watch him work. The potter was shaping a vessel on his wheel, but something went wrong. The clay became marred, misshapen, useless for its intended purpose." The young woman leaned forward, intrigued despite her sorrow. "I expected the potter to throw the clay away," Jeremiah continued. "After all, it was ruined, wasn't it? But instead, he gathered it up and began again. He worked the clay, removed the impurities, and slowly shaped it into something new. The second vessel was different from the first, but it was beautiful in its own way. Perhaps even more beautiful because it bore the marks of the potter's patient love. "But what does this mean for me?" the woman asked. "How does this help me with my broken heart?" Jeremiah reached down and picked up a small piece of clay from the riverbank. "This is what God showed me that day," he said, working the clay gently in his hands. "You are not ruined. You are not beyond hope. You are clay in the potter's hands, and he is still shaping you. The breaking you've experienced is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter." As he spoke, the clay in his hands began to take shape, becoming a small but perfectly formed vessel. "God's love is like this potter's skill," he continued. "It can take the most broken, damaged clay and create something beautiful from it. Your pain is not wasted. Your tears are not meaningless. They are part of the process by which God is making you into the person he always intended you to be." The woman began to weep, but they were not tears of despair. They were tears of hope, of recognition, of a heart that was beginning to heal. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "How can you be so sure?" Jeremiah smiled, and in that smile was the peace of a man who had wrestled with God and found him faithful. "Because I have been clay in the potter's hands for 40 years, he said simply. "I have been broken and reshaped more times than I can count. I have questioned, doubted, even tried to run away from his calling. But through it all, I have learned one thing. The potter never gives up on his clay. He never throws it away. He keeps working, keeps shaping, keeps creating until the vessel is exactly what he envisioned it to be." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Jeremiah continued to speak with the young woman and others who had gathered around them. He told them of the promises God had made, of a time when the exiles would return, when the city would be rebuilt, when God would make a new covenant with his people. He reminded them that their current suffering was not the end of the story, but part of a larger narrative of redemption and restoration. "The potter is still at work," he said as the evening drew to a close. "In your lives, in the life of our nation, in the great sweep of history itself, he's shaping something beautiful from the clay of human hearts and human history. Trust his hands, yield to his touch, and know that whatever he is creating in you and through you, it will be more wonderful than you can imagine." That night, as Jeremiah lay down to sleep, he thought once more of the potter's house and the lesson that had shaped his entire ministry. He had been privileged to be God's messenger, to speak his words to a generation that desperately needed to hear them. He had endured rejection, persecution, and exile, but he had also experienced the incredible intimacy of walking with God through every trial. His life had not been easy, but it had been meaningful. He had been clay in the potter's hands, shaped and reshaped according to God's perfect will. And though he would not live to see the full fulfillment of the promises he had proclaimed, he knew with absolute certainty that the potter's work would continue. The hands that had shaped him would continue to shape others, generation after generation, until the final masterpiece was complete. The last words he wrote in his journal that night were these: "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And in the quiet darkness of a foreign land, far from the ruins of Jerusalem but close to the heart of God, Jeremiah slept peacefully, knowing that the potter's hands were still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The message he had carried for 4 decades would outlive him, would speak to countless generations of broken people who needed to know that they were not beyond hope, that the potter never gives up on his clay, and that his love truly is new every morning. The story of Jeremiah reminds us that even in our darkest moments, even when our lives seem shattered beyond repair, we are never beyond the reach of the potter's hands. Like clay on the wheel, we may be broken, but we are never discarded. We are loved, shaped, and reshaped by hands that know exactly what we can become. And in the end, that is enough. That is everything. In the quietness of this story's end, may you find the peace that comes from knowing you too are clay in the potter's hands, being shaped with infinite love and patience into something beautiful beyond your wildest dreams. The potter is still at work, still shaping, still creating, and his love for you is new every morning.
Hello there, dear listeners. Before we begin tonight's tale, I hope your day has treated you kindly, wherever you may be in this vast world of ours. Perhaps it's evening where you are, or maybe the quiet hours of early morning have found you seeking rest. Whether you're listening from bustling cities or peaceful countryside, from mountain peaks or seaside shores, know that you're welcome here in this sacred space we've created together. If you find comfort in these stories, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each night to explore the timeless truths that have guided humanity through the ages. Tonight, we journey back through the mists of time to ancient Babylon, to a night when the very finger of the divine wrote upon palace walls, and an empire learned that no earthly power stands beyond the reach of heaven's justice. The year was 539, before the Common Era, and the great city of Babylon sprawled along the banks of the Euphrates River like a jewel cast upon the earth. Within its towering walls, the hanging gardens cascaded in verdant terraces. The Tower of Babel reached toward the heavens, and the palace of King Belshazzar gleamed with the accumulated wealth of conquered nations. On this particular evening, as the sun painted the western sky in shades of gold and crimson, the palace hummed with preparation for a feast unlike any other. Servants scurried through corridors lined with glazed brick murals depicting lions and dragons, carrying platters of delicacies from every corner of the known world. The finest wines from the hills of Judah, exotic spices from distant India, and fruits that glistened like precious stones filled the tables. King Belshazzar, grandson of the great Nebuchadnezzar, had spared no expense. The banquet hall stretched vast as a temple, its ceiling supported by columns carved from single blocks of marble, each one telling the story of Babylonian conquest and glory. Golden lamps suspended on silver chains cast dancing shadows across walls adorned with tapestries, depicting the gods of Babylon in all their imagined splendour. Yet beyond the palace walls, unseen by the revellers within, the armies of Cyrus the Persian stretched across the horizon like a dark sea. For months they had laid siege to the great city, but Babylon's walls had never been breached, her gates never forced. The Babylonians had grown complacent in their strength, confident that their city was impregnable, their empire eternal. As night fell and torches blazed to life throughout the city, 1,000 noble guests made their way through the palace gates. They came dressed in silk and purple, adorned with gold and precious stones, their laughter echoing through the corridors as they anticipated the evening's pleasures. The sound of lyres and flutes drifted through the warm air, mingling with the voices of singers whose melodies spoke of victory and endless prosperity. King Belshazzar himself appeared resplendent in robes of deepest blue, a golden crown upon his brow, rings flashing on his fingers as he gestured grandly to his guests. He was a man in the prime of life, his beard oiled and perfumed, his eyes bright with wine and confidence. This night, he had declared, would be remembered for generations as the greatest feast Babylon had ever witnessed. But even as the celebration reached its crescendo, even as the wine flowed like water and the music swelled to fill every corner of the vast hall, dark currents moved beneath the surface of the evening's joy. For this was not merely a feast, but an act of defiance against the very heavens themselves. As the evening wore on, and the wine loosened tongues and lowered inhibitions, King Belshazzar rose from his golden throne, swaying slightly, as he surveyed the sea of faces before him. The hall fell gradually silent, 1,000 conversations dying away, as all eyes turned toward their sovereign. In the flickering lamplight, his face bore an expression of cruel amusement, as if he harboured some secret that would shock and delight his guests. "My lords and ladies," he called out, his voice carrying easily across the vast space. "Tonight we celebrate not merely the glory of Babylon, but the supremacy of our gods over all the earth. We have conquered nations, we have humbled kings, and we have taken the treasures of their temples as trophies of our victories." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Many of the nobles present had been part of those conquests, had seen the wealth of distant lands flow into Babylon's coffers. They raised their goblets in salute, the wine within glinting like liquid rubies in the torchlight. But Belshazzar was not finished. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he continued, "Yet there is one treasure, taken from one temple, that we have never properly honoured. Tonight that changes." He clapped his hands, and servants appeared as if from nowhere, carrying between them objects that made the assembled nobles gasp in recognition and wonder. These were vessels of pure gold and silver, wrought with such exquisite craftsmanship that they seemed to glow within a light. Cups and bowls, pitchers and goblets, each one a masterpiece of the metalworker's art. These were the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, taken by Nebuchadnezzar when he conquered that holy city decades before. They had been stored away in the temple of Marduk, treated with the respectful caution due to objects sacred to another people's god. But tonight, under the influence of wine and the intoxication of power, Belshazzar had decided to make them part of his feast. "Behold," the king proclaimed, lifting one of the golden goblets high above his head, "the vessels of the God of the Jews, who could not protect his own temple from our armies, whose people even now languish in exile throughout our empire. Tonight we drink from these cups and show all the world which gods truly hold dominion over the earth." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, though some of the older nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats. They remembered the strange stories told about the Hebrew god, the plagues that had befallen Egypt, the walls of Jericho falling at the blast of trumpets. But wine and peer pressure overcame their caution, and soon they too were caught up in the moment's enthusiasm. Servants moved through the hall, distributing the sacred vessels among the guests. Belshazzar himself took the largest of the golden goblets, a magnificent piece that had once held wine, blessed by the priests of the Most High God. He filled it to the brim with the finest vintage from his royal cellars, the red wine dark as blood in the sacred cup. "To Marduk, chief of our gods," he cried, raising the goblet high, "who gives us victory over all our enemies." The assembled throng raised their own sacred vessels, taken from the very altar of the Lord. "To Marduk," they chorused, their voices echoing off the marble walls. But Belshazzar was not content with honouring just one deity. As the evening progressed and the wine continued to flow, he led toast after toast, each one more blasphemous than the last. "To the gods of gold," he proclaimed, and the crowd drank deeply from vessels that had once held the showbread of the temple. "To the gods of silver," he continued, as goblets that had caught the blood of sacrifices now brimmed with Babylonian wine. "To the gods of bronze and iron," the king shouted, his voice growing hoarser with each proclamation. "To the gods of wood and stone, who have made Babylon the greatest empire the world has ever seen." With each toast the revelry grew wilder, the laughter louder, the dancing more frenzied. Noble ladies spun in their silk gowns, their jewellery catching the lamplight as they moved. Men struck up drinking songs, their voices blending in harmony that spoke of triumph and excess. The very air seemed thick with incense and wine fumes, creating an atmosphere of decadent celebration. But high above the palace, in the courts of heaven, other eyes watched this display of pride and blasphemy. The sacred vessels, fashioned for the worship of the one true God, profaned by lips that praised idols of metal and wood. the moment had come for divine justice to make itself known upon the earth. It was in the midst of the wildest revelry, as the feast reached its crescendo of blasphemous celebration, that the atmosphere in the great hall began to change. At first it was subtle, a gradual shift that few noticed amid the chaos of music and laughter. The temperature seemed to drop slightly, though the braziers still burned brightly, and the press of bodies should have kept the air warm. A strange stillness crept into the room, not the absence of sound, but something deeper, as if the very air had grown heavy with an unseen presence. King Belshazzar stood near his throne, swaying slightly from the effects of wine, his golden goblet raised in yet another toast to the gods of Babylon. His nobles surrounded him, their faces flushed with drink and excitement, sacred vessels clutched in their hands as they prepared to echo their sovereign's words. The musicians played with passionate intensity, their instruments weaving melodies that spoke of earthly glory and endless prosperity. And then, in the space of a single heartbeat, everything changed. The music faltered first, not as if the musicians had stopped playing, but as if the very air had grown too thick to carry their melodies. Conversations died mid-sentence, laughter cut off as abruptly as if severed by a blade. Even the flickering flames of the lamps seemed to burn lower, their light growing dim and uncertain. It was then that someone screamed. The cry came from a noble woman near the eastern wall, her voice sharp with terror as her trembling finger pointed upward. Every head in the vast hall turned to follow her gaze, and what they saw there drove the colour from their faces and the strength from their limbs. There, upon the wall directly opposite the king's throne, a human hand had appeared, not attached to any arm or body, but suspended in the air as if emerging from the very substance of eternity itself. The hand was illuminated by its own light, pale and ghostly, yet undeniably real, casting shadows that danced across the painted murals of Babylonian gods. The fingers were long and elegant, neither young nor old, but possessed of a timeless quality that spoke of power beyond human understanding. They moved with deliberate precision, as if guided by a will that brooked no resistance, no hesitation. And as the assembled throng watched in growing horror, those fingers began to write. The writing appeared as lines of fire upon the polished marble, each character burning itself into the stone with the permanence of divine judgment. The script was unlike any earthly language, neither Babylonian cuneiform nor Hebrew letters, but something older and more fundamental, as if the very essence of meaning was being carved directly into reality itself. King Belshazzar felt his knees begin to shake, his golden goblet slipping from nerveless fingers to shatter upon the floor. The sacred vessel that moments before had held wine, offered in mockery to false gods, now lay broken, its precious contents spreading like blood across the marble. His face, so recently flushed with wine and arrogance, had gone pale as death, his eyes wide with a terror he had never before experienced. The hand continued its work, unmoved by the chaos it had caused in the hall below. Characters appeared one after another, each one blazing within a fire before settling into a steady glow that seemed to penetrate the very souls of all who looked upon it. The writing was clear and bold, demanding attention, impossible to ignore or dismiss. Around the hall, the reaction was immediate and visceral. Some of the nobles had fallen to their knees, whether from terror or instinctive reverence, it was impossible to say. Others pressed against the walls as if trying to escape through solid stone, their eyes never leaving the supernatural display before them. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered across the floor, abandoned by hands that now trembled too violently to hold them. The musicians had long since set down their instruments, their faces pale masks of fear. Servants cowered in doorways, torn between the desire to flee and their duty to remain. The dancing girls who moments before had spun and laughed now stood frozen like statues, their silk scarves trailing forgotten around their feet. But it was upon King Belshazzar that the greatest terror fell. As the ruler who had ordered the profanation of the sacred vessels, as the one who had led the blasphemous toasts, he felt the weight of divine displeasure focusing upon him like the heat of a burning glass. His crown, so recently a symbol of earthly power, now felt heavy as lead upon his brow. His royal robes, dyed in the finest purples and blues, seemed to hang upon him like grave clothes. The hand finished its work and faded from view as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the words burning upon the wall like coals of fire. But even in its absence, the presence that had guided it remained, filling the hall with an atmosphere of judgment that made every breath a struggle. Silence reigned in the great banquet hall of Babylon, broken only by the occasional sob or whispered prayer. The greatest feast in the empire's history had become a scene of terror and divine revelation, and upon the wall, where gods and heroes had been painted in their imagined glory, 4 words now blazed with the fire of heaven's judgment. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin. In the awful silence that followed the hand's disappearance, King Belshazzar stood transfixed, his gaze locked upon the burning words that seemed to sear themselves deeper into his consciousness with each passing moment. The weight of divine judgment pressed down upon the hall like a physical force, and the king's breath came in short, sharp gasps, as if the very air had grown too thin to sustain life. Gradually, as the initial shock began to wear off, the practical reality of the situation asserted itself. Here were words written by a supernatural hand, clearly intended as some form of message or warning, but their meaning remained utterly mysterious. The script was unlike anything in the libraries of Babylon, the characters seeming to shift and dance, even as they maintained their fixed positions upon the wall. "The wise men," Belshazzar managed to croak, his voice barely recognisable. "Summon all the wise men of Babylon, every magician, every astrologer, every diviner in the city. Bring them here at once." His command galvanised the paralysed servants into action. They scattered like leaves before a wind, grateful for any excuse to leave the presence of those terrifying words. Throughout the palace and into the city they ran, pounding upon doors and rousing from sleep the learned men whose wisdom had served the empire for generations. The first to arrive were the court magicians, men whose elaborate robes and mystical instruments had earned them places of honour at royal ceremonies. They entered the banquet hall with confidence, their heads held high and their voices ready with the usual formulas of greeting and flattery. But one look at the writing upon the wall, one glimpse of those characters that seemed to burn within a fire, and their confidence evaporated like mist before the sun. They approached the wall cautiously, their heads tilted at various angles as they studied the mysterious script. They consulted ancient tablets and scrolls, compared the characters to every known form of writing, whispered incantations and cast lots according to their various arts. But though they laboured long into the night, turning the problem over from every conceivable angle, they could make no sense of the divine message. The astrologers came next, men who claimed to read the future in the movements of stars and planets. They examined the writing with instruments of bronze and silver, measuring the angles and proportions of each character as if they were constellations written across the heavens. They calculated and computed, referenced their star charts, and consulted their ancient tables, but the meaning of the words remained as hidden as the dark side of the moon. As the hours passed, more and more of Babylon's learned men arrived at the palace, priests of Marduk and Ishtar, scholars who had studied in the great libraries, men whose reputations for wisdom extended throughout the known world. Each group brought their own methods and their own certainty that they would succeed where others had failed. Yet one by one, They too were forced to admit defeat before the mystery of the burning words. King Belshazzar grew increasingly desperate as each attempt failed. He paced before his throne like a caged lion, his robes dishevelled and his crown askew. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered and forgotten across the floor, their golden surfaces reflecting the supernatural light from the wall in fractured gleams that hurt the eyes to look upon. "Gold," the king proclaimed suddenly, his voice cracking with strain. "I will give gold beyond counting to whoever can read these words. Silver and precious stones, lands and titles, whatever they desire shall be theirs." But even the promise of unlimited wealth could not unlock the meaning of heaven's message. The wise men huddled together in small groups, whispering their theories and hypotheses, but none dared claim understanding of what clearly lay beyond human comprehension. It was then, as the night wore on toward dawn and desperation reached its peak, that a new figure entered the banquet hall. She was an elderly woman, her hair white as snow, but her back still straight and her eyes bright with intelligence. This was Nitocris, the Queen Mother, widow of Nebuchadnezzar and grandmother to Belshazzar himself. She had heard the commotion from her private quarters, had seen the servants running through the corridors, and felt the strange oppression that seemed to hang over the entire palace. Now she made her way through the crowd of baffled wise men, her presence commanding respect even in the midst of chaos. "My Lord King," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the hall, despite her advanced years. "I see that you are troubled, that the colour has left your face and your limbs shake with fear. Do not let your thoughts alarm you, and do not look so pale." Belshazzar turned toward her hope flickering in his eyes like a candle flame in a dark room. "Grandmother, you have seen much in your long life. You were wife to great Nebuchadnezzar. You know the secrets of the empire. Can you tell me what these words mean?" The Queen Mother approached the wall, studying the burning characters with the careful attention of one who had witnessed many supernatural events during her husband's reign. "I cannot read these words, my grandson," she said at length, "but I know of one who might." She turned back to face the assembly, her aged voice somehow carrying more authority than all the learned men combined. "There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. In the days of your grandfather, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. King Nebuchadnezzar appointed him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers." A murmur ran through the crowd at these words. Many of the older nobles remembered stories from Nebuchadnezzar's time, tales of a Hebrew exile who had interpreted dreams and solved mysteries that baffled all others. But in the years since the great king's death, this man had faded from prominence, forgotten in the new reign's focus on younger advisors. "This man Daniel," the Queen Mother continued, "whom the king named Belteshazzar, has an excellent spirit, knowledge, and understanding to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve problems. Let Daniel be called, and he will tell you what the writing means." As the name Daniel echoed through the hall, Belshazzar felt a mixture of hope and apprehension. He had heard the stories, knew of the Hebrews' reputation for wisdom and divine favour, but he also knew that Daniel had served his grandfather faithfully, and might not be inclined to help the king who had dishonoured the vessels of his people's God. Nevertheless, desperation overcame pride, and Belshazzar gave the command, "Find Daniel the Hebrew, bring him here immediately. If he can read these words, he shall be clothed in purple, and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." As servants rushed to obey this new command, the burning words continued to glow upon the wall, patient as eternity, waiting for the one who had been chosen to unlock their meaning and pronounce the doom of Babylon. The dawn was breaking over Babylon when Daniel arrived at the palace, summoned from sleep by urgent messengers, who spoke in hushed, fearful tones of supernatural writing and royal desperation. He was an old man now, his beard white with age and his face marked by the lines of many years spent in faithful service to foreign kings. Yet his eyes remained clear and bright, reflecting a wisdom that came not from human learning, but from communion with the eternal God. As he entered the banquet hall, Daniel paused for a moment to take in the scene before him. The remnants of the great feast lay scattered about like the debris of a broken dream. Golden plates and silver cups, many of them the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, littered the floor, among pools of spilled wine and trampled delicacies. The nobles who had revelled so wildly just hours before now stood in small frightened groups, their fine clothes dishevelled and their faces pale with terror. But it was the writing upon the wall that commanded his attention, those 4 words blazing with divine fire that no earthly wisdom could extinguish. Daniel looked upon them without fear, for he recognised the hand that had written them, and he understood that he stood in the presence of the Almighty's judgment. King Belshazzar approached him with hasty, desperate steps, his royal dignity forgotten in his need for answers. "Are you Daniel, one of the exiles from Judah, whom my grandfather the king brought from Judah?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "I have heard of you, that the spirit of the gods is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you." The king gestured toward the wall with a trembling hand. "Now the wise men and enchanters have been brought in before me to read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not show the interpretation of the matter. But I have heard that you can give interpretations and solve problems. Now if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the 3rd ruler in the kingdom." Daniel listened to these promises of wealth and power with the patience of one who had seen empires rise and fall, who had served in the courts of kings and understood the vanity of earthly honours. When Belshazzar finished speaking, the old prophet's response came with quiet authority that somehow filled the vast hall more completely than the king's desperate entreaties. "Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another," Daniel said, his voice calm and steady in the face of royal panic. "Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation." But before he would interpret the supernatural message, Daniel had words of his own to speak, words that cut to the heart of the night's blasphemous revelry, and laid bare the spiritual rebellion that had brought divine judgment upon Babylon. "O king," he began, his voice growing stronger as he spoke, "the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar, your grandfather, kingship, and greatness, and glory, and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he killed, and whom he would, he kept alive. Whom he would, he raised up, and whom he would, he humbled." The assembled nobles listened in growing discomfort as Daniel recounted the story they all knew but preferred to forget. Nebuchadnezzar's pride, his claim to have built Babylon by his own power and for his own glory, and the terrible judgment that followed. How the great king had been driven from among men to live like a beast in the wilderness, eating grass like an ox, and letting his hair grow long as eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. But when his heart was lifted up, and his spirit was hardened so that he dealt proudly, Daniel continued, his eyes never leaving Belshazzar's face, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken from him. He was driven from among the children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind and sets over it whom he will. The silence in the hall was absolute as Daniel paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the hearts of all who heard them. Then, with the authority of one who spoke for the God of heaven, he delivered his devastating rebuke. "And you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, though you knew all this," he declared, his voice now ringing with prophetic power. "But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and you and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze, iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath, and whose are all your ways you have not honoured." Each word fell upon the assembled company like blows from a hammer, shattering their illusions of security and exposing the full extent of their rebellion against the Most High. Belshazzar himself seemed to shrink before Daniel's accusing words, his royal robes hanging loose about his diminished frame, his crown sitting askew upon a head bowed with shame and terror. The sacred vessels lay scattered around the hall like silent witnesses to the truth of Daniel's words. These cups and bowls, crafted for the worship of the one true God, had been defiled by lips that praised idols of metal and stone. The wine that had flowed so freely in blasphemous toasts now seemed to accuse those who had drunk it, its red stains upon the marble floor like drops of blood that cried out for justice. Then from his presence the hand was sent, Daniel concluded, pointing toward the burning words upon the wall, and this writing was inscribed. The hall remained wrapped in profound silence as all waited to hear the interpretation that would seal Babylon's fate. The wise men who had laboured through the night stood humbled before this Hebrew exile who had succeeded where they had failed. The nobles who had revelled in their blasphemy now cowered before the prospect of divine judgment. And King Belshazzar, who had thought himself secure in his power, waited to hear the doom that had been written by the finger of God upon his palace wall. Daniel turned from the cowering king to face the wall where the divine words blazed with undiminished fire. The characters seemed to pulse within a light, each one carrying the weight of heaven's judgment and the certainty of prophetic fulfillment. In the profound silence of the great hall, the aged prophet lifted his voice and began to speak the words that would seal the fate of the Babylonian Empire. "And this is the writing that was inscribed," Daniel announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast space. "Many, many tekel and parsin." He paused, allowing the strange words to echo through the hall, their sounds somehow both foreign and familiar, like a half-remembered dream that carries portents of future sorrow. The assembled nobles leaned forward despite their fear, desperate to understand the message that had struck such terror into their hearts. "This is the interpretation of the matter," Daniel continued, his aged voice gaining strength as he spoke for the God of heaven. "Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end." The first word fell upon the assembly like a death sentence. Here was the divine accountant taking inventory of Belshazzar's reign, counting each day of blasphemy and rebellion, each moment of pride and defiance against the Most High. The king's face went even paler, if such a thing were possible, and several of the nobles gasped aloud at the finality of the pronouncement. But Daniel was not finished. The second judgment followed hard upon the first, each word a hammer blow against the foundations of Babylonian pride. "Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found wanting." Here was the divine judge placing Belshazzar's reign, his character, his very soul, upon the perfect scales of heaven's justice. And the verdict was damning beyond appeal. Found wanting, found lacking, found insufficient when measured against the standards of righteousness and truth. The king who had thought himself great in his own eyes was revealed to be nothing more than a feather in the balance when weighed against divine holiness. Belshazzar's knees gave way completely at these words, and he would have fallen had not two of his guards stepped forward to support him. The golden crown tumbled from his head to ring against the marble floor, the sound echoing through the hall like a funeral bell. His royal robes, so recently symbols of power and majesty, now seemed to hang upon him like burial shrouds. Perez, Daniel proclaimed, using the singular form of the final word, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. The last judgment was perhaps the most terrible of all, for it spoke not merely of the king's personal doom, but of the end of the empire itself. Babylon, the golden head of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, the city that had ruled the world with rod of iron, was to be divided like a carcass among its enemies. The Medes and Persians, even now camped outside the city walls, would soon walk through its gates as conquerors and claim its treasures as their own. A wail of despair went up from some of the assembled nobles as the full weight of the prophecy struck home. They had thought themselves secure behind Babylon's mighty walls, protected by their gods and their armies from any earthly threat. But now they understood that their true enemy was not the Persian host outside their gates, but the God of heaven himself, against whom no wall could stand and no army could prevail. Daniel stood unmoved amid the chaos of fear and lamentation, his weathered face reflecting the sorrow of one who took no pleasure in the pronouncement of judgment, yet understood its necessity. He had served this empire faithfully for decades, had helped to interpret its dreams and solve its mysteries, but he had also watched its gradual descent into pride and blasphemy, its increasing defiance of the God who held its breath in his hands. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, he said, his voice cutting through the din of panic and despair. He removes kings and sets up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. These words, drawn from his own experience of divine revelation, served as both comfort and warning to all who heard them. Comfort to those who trusted in the sovereign God, for they could be assured that no earthly power could stand against his ultimate purposes, but warning to those who set themselves against heaven's will, for they would surely be brought low in their appointed time. King Belshazzar, supported now by his guards and struggling to maintain even a semblance of royal dignity, looked up at Daniel with eyes haunted by the certainty of doom. Yet even in his extremity, he sought to honour his promise to the man who had solved the mystery that had baffled all his wise men. "Clothe Daniel with purple," he commanded, in a voice barely above a whisper, "and put a chain of gold around his neck, and proclaim that he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." It was a pathetic gesture, the dying king attempting to bestow honours, even as his kingdom crumbled around him. The purple robe was brought, the golden chain placed around Daniel's neck, but these earthly symbols of power seemed hollow and meaningless in the face of the divine judgment that had been pronounced. Daniel accepted the honours not for their own sake, but as a testimony to the truth of his words. When the people saw that the king himself acknowledged the accuracy of the Hebrew prophet's interpretation, they would know that the doom of Babylon was certain and that the God of Israel was indeed sovereign over all earthly kingdoms. As the purple robes settled around Daniel's aged shoulders and the golden chain caught the light of the supernatural writing on the wall, the contrast could not have been more stark. Here stood a man clothed with earthly honours, yet serving a heavenly king, while around him an empire clothed in pride and blasphemy faced its final hour of judgment. The words on the wall continued to burn with undiminished intensity, their message now fully revealed but their power unabated. They served as a permanent reminder that the kingdoms of this world are temporary, subject to the sovereign will of the God who numbers their days and weighs their deeds in the balance of perfect justice. Even as Daniel spoke his interpretation and received the hollow honours of a doomed king, the wheels of divine judgment were already turning beyond the palace walls. For months, the Persian army under Cyrus had maintained their siege of the great city, but the Babylonians had felt secure behind walls that had never been breached by any earthly foe. They had provisions to last for years, abundant water from the Euphrates River, and an unshakable confidence in the strength of their defences. But on this night, a supernatural writing blazed upon the palace wall, and prophecy sealed the empire's fate. Cyrus was putting into motion a plan of breathtaking audacity that would prove that no human fortress can stand against the purposes of the Almighty. The Euphrates River, which flowed through the heart of Babylon and provided both water and transportation for the great city, was also its greatest vulnerability. The river entered the city through massive gates that could be lowered into the water, and it flowed beneath the walls through channels that were thought to be too narrow and well defended for any army to use as an entrance. But Cyrus had spent months studying these defences, and his engineers had been working tirelessly upstream from the city, digging channels and building dams that would allow them to divert the mighty river from its course. The work had been done quietly, secretly, hidden from Babylonian scouts by the darkness of night and the cleverness of Persian engineering. As the banquet hall erupted in chaos at Daniel's interpretation, as nobles fled in terror and servants cowered in corners, the Persian engineers upstream were opening their carefully constructed channels. The waters of the Euphrates, which had flowed through Babylon for centuries, began to turn aside into the new channels that Cyrus had prepared. At first the change was barely noticeable. The river level dropped slowly, gradually, as if affected by nothing more than seasonal variations. But as more water was diverted, as the new channels carried away the river's flow, the level within the city began to drop significantly. By midnight, Persian soldiers were wading through knee-deep water where once the river had flowed deep and strong. They moved silently through the darkness, following the riverbed beneath the great walls of Babylon, their weapons wrapped in cloth to prevent any sound that might alert the guards above. The Babylonian sentries, focused on watching for attacks against the massive gates and towering walls, never thought to look down at the river that had always been their protection. They were drunk on wine from the royal feast, their attention scattered by the strange reports of supernatural writing in the palace, their confidence unshaken by any thought that their impregnable city could fall in a single night. The first Persian soldiers emerged from the river channels near the heart of the city, just as Daniel finished pronouncing his interpretation. While the prophet spoke of kingdoms divided and given to the Medes and Persians, those very conquerors were already inside Babylon's walls, moving swiftly through streets where citizens slept peacefully, unaware that their empire was breathing its last. The palace guards, those few who remained at their posts while most had crowded into the banquet hall to witness the supernatural spectacle, were overwhelmed before they could raise an alarm. Persian steel, sharp and silent in the darkness, found its mark with deadly efficiency. Within minutes, the palace was secured, its approaches controlled by Cyrus's elite troops. In the banquet hall, King Belshazzar was still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of his doom when the great doors burst open and Persian soldiers poured into the room. The nobles, already terrified by the supernatural writing and Daniel's interpretation, now faced the earthly fulfillment of heaven's judgment. Some tried to flee, but found every exit blocked by armed men. Others fell to their knees, begging for mercy that would not come. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, scattered across the floor where they had been dropped in blasphemous revelry, now reflected the gleam of Persian bronze and steel in their golden surfaces. Belshazzar himself stood frozen for a moment, the weight of prophecy and the reality of conquest crashing together in his mind like colliding worlds. The writing on the wall blazed with undiminished fire, its message now fulfilled before his very eyes. The Medes and Persians had indeed inherited his kingdom, just as the divine hand had written and Daniel had interpreted. The end came swiftly. Persian soldiers, their orders clear and their duty unwavering, moved through the hall with grim efficiency. King Belshazzar, the ruler who had mocked the God of heaven and profaned his holy vessels, fell beneath Persian swords before the night was through. The golden crown that had tumbled from his head lay forgotten on the marble floor, while his blood mingled with the spilled wine from the sacred goblets. Throughout the great city, the same scene was repeated. Persian forces, having entered through the river channels, swept through Babylon like an irresistible tide. The gates were opened from within, the walls manned by conquerors rather than defenders. The mighty empire brought to its knees in a single night of divine judgment. By dawn, Cyrus's standards flew from the towers of Babylon, and Darius the Mede had been installed as the new ruler of the greatest city in the world. The empire that had seemed eternal, the walls that had appeared impregnable, the power that had dominated the known world for generations, all had fallen before the sovereign will of the God who rules in the kingdoms of men. As the sun rose over conquered Babylon, painting the great city in shades of gold and crimson that seemed somehow fitting for its fall, Daniel stood again before the wall where the supernatural writing continued to glow with divine fire. The banquet hall was empty now, save for the debris of the feast and the silent testimony of judgment fulfilled. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin, the words that had sealed an empire's fate, now served as an eternal reminder of truths that transcend the rise and fall of earthly kingdoms. God had indeed numbered the days of Belshazzar's reign and brought it to an end. The king had been weighed in heaven's perfect scales and found wanting. The kingdom had been divided and given to the Medes and Persians, just as the supernatural hand had written and the faithful prophet had interpreted. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, once profaned by blasphemous lips, would soon be restored to their proper place of honour. Under Cyrus's benevolent rule, the Jewish exiles would be free to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, carrying with them the golden cups and silver bowls that had witnessed both the depths of human pride and the certainty of divine justice. Daniel himself, now clothed in the purple of a dying empire, yet serving the eternal kingdom of heaven, had once again demonstrated that those who trust in the Most High God will never be disappointed. Through him, the sovereignty of the Almighty had been proclaimed in the halls of earthly power, and the vanity of human pride had been exposed for all to see. The lesson of that terrible night echoes through the corridors of history, speaking to every generation that dares to lift itself up against the Lord of heaven. Kingdoms rise and fall like waves upon the shore. Empires that seem eternal prove to be as fleeting as morning mist, but the kingdom of God endures forever. No wall can stand against his purposes, no power can resist his will, no pride can escape his judgment. In our own age, when earthly kingdoms still vie for dominion and human pride still challenges heaven's authority, the writing on Babylon's wall remains as relevant as ever. We who read these ancient words would do well to remember that the God who humbled Nebuchadnezzar, who numbered Belshazzar's days, who gave Babylon to the Medes and Persians, is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The scales of divine justice still weigh the actions of nations and individuals. The sovereign hand that writes the destiny of empires still guides the course of human history, and the kingdom that Daniel served, the kingdom that outlasted Babylon and Persia and all the empires that followed, remains the only power that will never pass away. As night falls once again over the ancient site where Babylon once stood in all its glory, as stars appear in the darkness above ruins that once housed the pride of earthly kingdoms, the eternal truth proclaimed by that supernatural hand continues to shine with undiminished light. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, and blessed are those who humble themselves before his throne. May we who hear this ancient story find in it not merely a tale of judgment long past, but a present reminder of the God who sees all, knows all, and judges all with perfect righteousness. And may we, like Daniel, serve faithfully in whatever earthly kingdom we find ourselves, while keeping our ultimate allegiance to the kingdom that cannot be shaken, the kingdom that endures forever and ever. The writing is on the wall, dear friends. The question that remains is whether we will read it in time to humble ourselves before the King of Kings, or whether we will follow Belshazzar's path to destruction. The choice, as always, is ours to make. Is ours to the fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Hello everyone, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into today's powerful message, I want to connect with each of you personally. How has your day been treating you so far? Whether you're watching this in the early morning hours as the sun rises, during your lunch break, in the middle of a busy day, or perhaps late at night when the world has quieted down, I want you to know that this moment we're sharing together is sacred. I'm curious about where you're joining us from today. Are you listening from bustling New York City, the peaceful countryside of Iowa, the sunny beaches of California, or maybe you're tuning in from across the globe in London, Sydney, or somewhere in between? Wherever you are, whatever time it is in your corner of the world, you are exactly where God wants you to be right now. If this is your first time joining us, I want to extend a warm welcome to our Sacred Rest family. We're so grateful you're here. And if you've been walking this journey with us, thank you for your continued faithfulness and support. Before we begin today's incredible story, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss these life-changing messages that God has in store for us. Now let's prepare our hearts for what I believe will be one of the most dramatic, faith-building stories you'll hear. Today we're travelling back over 2,800 years to witness one of the most spectacular demonstrations of God's power ever recorded in human history. We're going to Mount Carmel in ancient Israel, where one man's faith stood against an entire nation's rebellion, where fire fell from heaven, and where hearts were turned back to the one true God. The fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Chapter 1. A nation in spiritual freefall. Picture, if you will, the ancient kingdom of Israel during one of its darkest hours. This wasn't just a time of political upheaval or economic hardship, though both of those existed. This was a time of complete spiritual catastrophe, a moment when an entire nation had turned its back on the God who had delivered them from slavery in Egypt, who had parted the Red Sea, who had given them the Promised Land. King Ahab sat on the throne of Israel, and beside him ruled Queen Jezebel, a woman whose very name has become synonymous with wickedness and manipulation. Jezebel wasn't just content to worship false gods herself. She was determined to drag the entire nation of Israel down with her into the depths of idolatry and spiritual darkness. Under their reign, temples to Baal began sprouting up across the landscape like poisonous mushrooms after a storm. Baal was the Canaanite storm god, supposedly the controller of rain and fertility, the giver of crops and abundance. The people were drawn to him because they believed he could provide what they desperately needed: prosperity, security, and success. Sound familiar? In our modern world, we may not bow down to statues of Baal, but how many of us have made idols out of our careers, our bank accounts, our social media followers, or our pursuit of comfort and pleasure? The heart of humanity hasn't changed much in nearly 3,000 years. But Jezebel wasn't satisfied with just building temples. She launched a systematic persecution campaign against the prophets of the Lord. These faithful men and women of God were hunted down like criminals. Some were executed, others were forced to hide in caves and secret places, living in constant fear for their lives. The word of God was being silenced, and darkness was spreading across the land like a plague. Can you imagine living in such a time, when speaking the truth about God could cost you your life, when the very foundations of faith that had sustained a nation for generations were being torn down brick by brick, when it seemed like evil had won and righteousness had fled? Yet in the midst of this spiritual holocaust, God had his man. His name was Elijah, and he was about to become the most famous prophet in Israel's history. Chapter 2. The Drought of Divine Judgment. Before we meet Elijah face to face, we need to understand the backdrop against which his ministry unfolded. For 3 long years, not a single drop of rain had fallen on the land of Israel. This wasn't just an inconvenient dry spell or a minor weather pattern. This was divine judgment, God's response to a nation that had forgotten him and chased after false gods. The drought was devastating in ways that are hard for us to fully comprehend in our modern world of grocery stores and water systems. Rivers that had flowed for centuries dried up to cracked mud. Wells that had sustained families for generations ran completely dry. Crops withered in the fields, livestock died, and famine stalked the land like a relentless predator. People were desperate. Children cried from hunger. Farmers watched helplessly as their fields turned to dust. Merchants had nothing to sell, and families had nothing to eat. The very fabric of society was unravelling under the weight of this supernatural judgment. And yet, in their desperation, most of the people didn't turn back to the Lord. Instead, they cried out even more desperately to Baal, pleading with the storm god to send rain. They increased their sacrifices, intensified their rituals, and multiplied their prayers to deaf idols. They were convinced that if they just tried harder, if they just offered more, if they just believed with greater fervour, Baal would answer and the rains would come. But the skies remained as bronze hard and unyielding. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the sun blazed down mercilessly from a cloudless sky. The drought continued, and Baal remained silent. This is the world into which God sent his prophet Elijah. Not a comfortable world of revival meetings and supportive congregations, but a hostile environment where speaking God's truth could mean death, where the majority had embraced lies, and where the very elements seemed to declare that God's judgment was upon the land. Chapter 3. Enter Elijah, the man of fire. Elijah appears in the biblical narrative like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness. We don't know much about his background or his early life. He's introduced simply as Elijah the Tishbite from Tishbe in Gilead. No impressive genealogy, no royal connections, no seminary degrees or credentials. Just a man from a small town that most people had probably never heard of. But what Elijah lacked in pedigree, he more than made up for in faith, courage, and an unshakable conviction that the Lord God of Israel was the one true God. While the nation around him bowed to Baal, Elijah stood firm. While others compromised and conformed, Elijah remained faithful. While the majority chose the easy path of popular religion, Elijah chose the narrow way of truth. God had sustained Elijah supernaturally during the 3 years of drought. First, he had sent him to the brook Cherith, where ravens brought him bread and meat every morning and evening, and he drank from the brook. When the brook dried up, God sent him to a widow in Zarephath, where a handful of flour and a little oil miraculously sustained 3 people for over a year. These experiences had built Elijah's faith to an unshakable level. He had seen God's provision in impossible circumstances. He had witnessed miracles that defied natural law. He had learned to trust completely in God's power and faithfulness, even when everything around him suggested that God had forgotten or abandoned his people. Now, as the drought entered its 3rd year, God was ready to use his seasoned servant for the greatest demonstration of divine power Israel had seen since the days of Moses. The time had come for a showdown that would echo through the ages, a confrontation that would prove once and for all who was the true God and who were merely the inventions of human imagination. Chapter 4. The Divine Commission. The word of the Lord came to Elijah with crystal clarity. Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land. It was time for the drought to end, but first there would be a reckoning. God wasn't just going to quietly restore the rain and let everyone go back to their lives as if nothing had happened. He was going to make a statement that would be impossible to ignore or explain away. Elijah set out to find King Ahab, but Ahab was already looking for him. The king had been searching throughout his own kingdom and in neighbouring nations, trying to find the prophet he blamed for the drought. When Ahab finally encountered Elijah, his greeting was filled with accusation and anger. Is that you, you troubler of Israel? Can you imagine the audacity? Here was a king who had led his nation into idolatry, who had allowed his wife to murder God's prophets, who had built temples to false gods throughout the land, and he had the nerve to call God's faithful prophet a troublemaker. It's a perfect example of how sin blinds us to our own responsibility and causes us to blame others for the consequences of our own choices. But Elijah didn't back down. With the boldness that comes from knowing you're standing on the side of truth, he fired back. I have not made trouble for Israel, but you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals. This wasn't just a theological debate or a polite disagreement about religious preferences. This was a confrontation between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of darkness, between truth and deception, between the power of the Almighty and the impotence of human-made idols. Chapter 5. The challenge issued. Elijah then issued a challenge that would go down in history as one of the most dramatic moments in all of Scripture. Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. Mount Carmel was the perfect location for this showdown. Rising about 1,800 feet above sea level, it offered a commanding view of the surrounding countryside and could accommodate the massive crowd that would gather. More importantly, Mount Carmel was considered sacred to Baal worship. The Canaanites believed it was one of Baal's favourite dwelling places. By choosing this location, Elijah was essentially challenging Baal on his home turf. The terms of the contest were elegantly simple. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God. It was brilliant in its simplicity. No complicated rituals, no ambiguous signs that could be interpreted different ways, no room for trickery or deception. Fire from heaven would be the ultimate proof. The God who could send fire to consume the sacrifice would be proven to be the true God. The people's response revealed both their spiritual confusion and their deep hunger for truth. What you say is good. They were tired of the uncertainty, tired of not knowing which God to trust, tired of the drought and the suffering. They wanted a clear answer, and Elijah's challenge offered exactly that. Chapter 6. The prophets of Baal take the stage. As dawn broke over Mount Carmel, an incredible scene began to unfold. Hundreds of prophets of Baal gathered around their altar, dressed in their ceremonial robes, carrying their ritual instruments, confident in their God's ability to answer their call. After all, they outnumbered Elijah 450 to 1. They had the backing of the royal court. They had been the religious establishment for years. Surely their God would not fail them now, especially not on his sacred mountain. They began their ritual early in the morning with great enthusiasm and confidence. "Baal, answer us," they cried, their voices echoing across the mountainside. They danced around their altar with wild abandon, their movements becoming more and more frenzied as they worked themselves into a religious fervour. This wasn't a quiet, dignified ceremony. This was raw, primal religion at its most intense. They leaped and shouted, they waved their arms and beat their chests. They called upon their God with every fibre of their being. The sound of their voices, the pounding of their feet, the clashing of their instruments created a cacophony that could be heard for miles around. But as the morning wore on and became noon, something became increasingly obvious. Nobody was answering. The sky remained clear and cloudless. No fire fell from heaven. No voice spoke from the heavens. The altar remained cold and lifeless, despite all their passionate pleading. You have to understand, these weren't insincere men going through empty motions. These prophets genuinely believed in Baal. They had devoted their lives to serving him. They had staked their reputations, their careers, and their very identities on the belief that he was real and powerful. The failure of their God to respond wasn't just embarrassing, it was devastating to everything they had built their lives upon. Chapter 7. Elijah's divine sarcasm. As the noon sun blazed overhead and the prophets of Baal continued their increasingly desperate rituals, Elijah decided it was time for some divine commentary. With a wit that was both cutting and brilliant, he began to mock their futile efforts. "Shout louder! Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." Can you imagine the scene? Here's Elijah, one man against 450, calmly watching their frantic efforts and offering helpful suggestions for why their God might not be responding. The sarcasm was devastating because it highlighted the absurdity of their situation. If Baal was truly the almighty storm god they claimed he was, why would he need to be awakened? Why would he be too busy or distracted to answer his devoted followers in their hour of greatest need? But Elijah's mockery served a deeper purpose than just humiliating the false prophets. He was exposing the fundamental weakness of all false gods. They are not truly there. They cannot hear because they have no ears. They cannot speak because they have no voice. They cannot act because they have no power. They are creations of human imagination, given form by human hands, but possessing no divine substance. The prophets of Baal, stung by Elijah's taunts and desperate to prove their God's reality, intensified their efforts to an almost unbelievable degree. They began to cut themselves with swords and spears, following their religious traditions until their blood flowed freely. This wasn't just symbolic, this was literal self-mutilation in the name of religious devotion. From noon until evening, they continued this horrific display, their voices growing hoarse from shouting, their bodies weakened by loss of blood, their spirits crushed by the growing realization that their God was not going to answer. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. On one side, frantic activity and desperate self-harm producing nothing. On the other side, one man waiting calmly for his turn, confident in his God's ability to act. Chapter 8. Elijah prepares his altar. As evening approached and the prophets of Baal finally exhausted themselves in defeat, Elijah stepped forward to take his turn. But before he called upon the Lord, he had some important work to do. "Come here to me," he called to all the people. This wasn't going to be a private ceremony or a mystical ritual performed in secret. Everything Elijah was about to do would be in full view of hundreds or perhaps thousands of witnesses. There would be no opportunity for trickery, no possibility of deception, no room for doubt about what actually happened. The first thing Elijah did was repair the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. This altar represented the nation's covenant relationship with God, a relationship that had been broken by years of idolatry and rebellion. By repairing it, Elijah was symbolically calling the nation back to their true identity as God's chosen people. He took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, even though the kingdom had been divided for generations. In God's eyes, his people were still one nation, still his chosen ones, still the objects of his covenant love, despite their unfaithfulness. Each stone was a reminder of God's promises to Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, promises that remained in effect despite the people's rebellion. With these 12 stones, Elijah built an altar in the name of the Lord. Then he dug a trench around it, large enough to hold about 15 litres of water. This wasn't just for dramatic effect, it was about to serve a very important purpose in demonstrating that what was about to happen could only be attributed to divine intervention. Chapter 9. The Ultimate Act of Faith. What Elijah did next was so audacious, so seemingly foolish, that it takes your breath away. Remember, this was in the 3rd year of a devastating drought. Water was more precious than gold. People were dying of thirst. Every drop was carefully conserved and rationed. And Elijah ordered 4 large jars to be filled with water and poured over the offering and the wood. Can you imagine the gasps from the crowd? Can you picture the shock on people's faces as they watched precious, life-giving water being poured out lavishly over an altar? Some in the crowd probably thought Elijah had lost his mind. Others might have been angry at what seemed like a wasteful display. But Elijah wasn't finished. "Do it again," he said. And they did it a second time, pouring out 4 more jars of precious water over the sacrifice and the wood. "Do it a 3rd time," Elijah commanded. And a 3rd time they soaked the altar until the water ran down around it and filled the trench he had dug. 12 jars of water in total. Everything was completely saturated. The wood was soaked through. The sacrifice was drenched. The stones were wet. Even the ground around the altar was muddy with water. If anyone had been planning to suggest that Elijah had somehow hidden fire or used trickery to ignite his altar, that possibility was now completely eliminated. This act of faith was staggering. Elijah was so confident in God's power that he was willing to make the miracle as difficult as possible. He wasn't just asking God to light dry wood. He was asking him to consume a sacrifice that was literally underwater. He was putting his reputation, his ministry, and his very life on the line, betting everything on God's ability to do the impossible. Chapter 10. The Prayer that Shook Heaven and Earth. As evening approached and the time for the evening sacrifice arrived, Elijah stepped up to the altar he had prepared. The moment had come. Everything led to this point. The drought, The confrontation with Ahab, the challenge to the prophets of Baal, the repair of the altar, the soaking with water, all of it was preparation for this moment when one man would call upon the name of the Lord. But notice what Elijah didn't do. He didn't scream and shout like the prophets of Baal. He didn't dance wildly or cut himself or work himself into a frenzy. He didn't perform elaborate rituals or recite complicated incantations. He simply prayed, and his prayer was a model of faith, simplicity, and complete dependence upon God. Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, he began, immediately identifying the God he served not as a local deity or a tribal God, but as the God of the covenant, the God who had made promises to the patriarchs and had been faithful to those promises for generations. Let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. This wasn't about Elijah's reputation or glory. This wasn't about proving his own power or wisdom. This was about demonstrating to a watching world that the Lord alone is God, and that Elijah was merely his obedient servant. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again. The purpose of the miracle wasn't to show off or to defeat enemies, but to turn hearts back to God. This was an act of divine love, a desperate attempt to rescue a nation from the spiritual destruction they had brought upon themselves. The prayer was short, simple, and powerful. No theatrical performance, no manipulation of emotions, no attempt to work up faith through human effort. Just a straightforward request from a faithful servant to his all-powerful God. Chapter 11. Fire falls from heaven. What happened next has never been equalled in human history. The response to Elijah's prayer was immediate, dramatic, and absolutely unmistakable. Fire fell from heaven. Not a small flame that gradually grew, not a spark that ignited the wood, not a natural phenomenon that could be explained by meteorology or chemistry. This was supernatural fire, divine fire, holy fire that blazed down from the throne of God himself. And this fire didn't just consume the sacrifice, it didn't just burn up the wood, it consumed everything. The offering was instantly vaporized. The wood disappeared in a flash. The 12 stones that Elijah had so carefully arranged were completely consumed. Even the soil around the altar was burned up. The water in the trench, all those precious gallons that had been poured out, was licked up by the divine flames as if it had never been there. The heat must have been incredible. The light must have been blinding. The sound must have been like thunder echoing across the mountainside. Everyone watching would have felt the power of God in a way that shook them to their very core. This wasn't just a miracle, it was a demonstration of absolute divine authority. God was making a statement that could not be ignored, denied, or explained away. He was declaring to Israel, to the prophets of Baal, to King Ahab and Queen Jezebel, and to everyone watching, that he alone is God, that he alone has power over the elements, and that he alone deserves worship and obedience. Chapter 12. The people's response. When the people saw the fire fall from heaven and consume everything on the altar, their response was immediate and overwhelming. They fell prostrate on the ground, not just kneeling, but face down in the dirt, overwhelmed by the presence and power of the Almighty God. And they cried out in unison, "The Lord, He is God! The Lord, He is God!" Think about what this meant. Many of these same people had been worshipping Baal just hours before. They had been convinced that the storm god was real and powerful. They had invested their hopes, their prayers, and their sacrifices in a false deity. But now, confronted with undeniable evidence of God's power, they acknowledged the truth they had been running from for 3 years. This wasn't just an intellectual acknowledgement or a polite religious sentiment. This was a deep, heart-level recognition of divine authority. They had seen something that shattered their old beliefs and transformed their understanding of spiritual reality. The God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God their fathers had worshipped. He was the true God, and all other gods were mere pretenders. The cry, "The Lord, He is God," became a declaration of faith that echoed across the mountainside and down through the centuries. It was a moment of national awakening, a turning point when an entire people group remembered who they were and whose they were. Chapter 13. Justice and Restoration. But the story didn't end with the people's declaration of faith. God's justice demanded that those who had led the nation astray face the consequences of their deception. Under Elijah's direction, the people seized the 450 prophets of Baal who had spent the day proving the powerlessness of their God. This might seem harsh to our modern sensibilities, but we need to understand the context. These men had been leading an entire nation away from the true God. They had been accomplices in the persecution and murder of God's true prophets. They had been teaching lies in the name of religion, deceiving people who were desperately seeking spiritual truth. Their deception had contributed to the spiritual darkness that had brought God's judgment upon the land. Justice was swift and final. All 450 prophets of Baal were executed, removing the source of false teaching that had poisoned the nation's spiritual life. With the false prophets dealt with and the people's hearts turned back to God, it was time for the next phase of God's plan, the restoration of His blessing upon the land. Chapter 14. The sound of abundant rain. Elijah said to Ahab, "Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain." This statement is remarkable for several reasons. First, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The weather conditions were identical to what they had been for 3 years. Hot, dry, and utterly cloudless. But Elijah had the faith to hear the sound of rain that existed only in the promise of God. This is the kind of faith that sees the invisible and hears the inaudible. Elijah wasn't looking at circumstances or relying on weather forecasts. He was trusting in the word of God, who had promised to send rain upon the land. While Ahab went to eat and drink, Elijah climbed to the top of Mount Carmel and threw himself down on the ground in prayer. This wasn't a casual request or a polite religious ritual. This was intense, fervent prayer from a man who understood that he was participating in God's plan to restore His people. 7 times Elijah sent his servant to look toward the sea for signs of rain. 6 times the servant returned with the same report. There is nothing there. But Elijah didn't give up. He didn't doubt God's promise or question his own faith. He kept praying, kept believing, kept expecting God to fulfill His word. On the 7th time, the servant returned with different news. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. To most people, a tiny cloud on the horizon wouldn't seem significant, especially after 3 years of drought. But to the eyes of faith, that small cloud was the beginning of God's abundant provision. Elijah immediately told his servant to run to Ahab with this message: "Hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Chapter 15. The Storm of Restoration. What followed was one of the most dramatic weather changes in recorded history. The tiny cloud that had appeared on the horizon quickly grew and multiplied. The sky, which had been clear blue for 3 years, suddenly turned black with storm clouds. The wind began to blow with increasing intensity, and then the rain began to fall. But this wasn't a gentle shower or a light drizzle. This was a torrential downpour, a deluge that made up for 3 years of drought in a matter of hours. The rain came down in sheets so heavy that visibility was reduced to just a few feet. The ground which had been hard as concrete from years of drought, couldn't absorb the water fast enough, and soon rivers of rainwater were flowing down every hillside and through every valley. It was as if God was saying, "You thought I had forgotten how to send rain? You believed that Baal was the god of storms? Let me show you what real divine power looks like." The storm was so intense that King Ahab, travelling in his royal chariot, had difficulty making the journey back to his palace in Jezreel. But here's one of the most amazing details of the entire story. The power of the Lord came on Elijah, and tucking his cloak into his belt, he ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel. Picture this scene. A middle-aged prophet who had just spent an entire day in intense spiritual warfare, who had just called down fire from heaven and orchestrated the execution of 450 false prophets who had just prayed intensely for rain. This same man was given supernatural strength to outrun a horse-drawn chariot for about 17 miles through a driving rainstorm. This wasn't natural human endurance. This was divine empowerment, God's way of putting an exclamation point on the entire day's events. Even in the storm, even in the exhaustion that should have followed such an intense spiritual battle, God's power was sufficient to carry his faithful servant. Chapter 16. Lessons for today. The story of Elijah on Mount Carmel is far more than just an exciting historical account. It's a template for understanding how God works in our world today and how he calls each of us to live lives of faith and courage. First, we see the power of standing alone for truth. Elijah was outnumbered 450 to 1, but he wasn't really alone because God was with him. In our culture today, it often feels like those who stand for biblical truth are vastly outnumbered by those who have embraced the false gods of our age. Materialism, relativism, hedonism, and secular humanism. But numbers don't determine truth, and God's power isn't limited by human statistics. Second, we learn that false gods will always disappoint. The prophets of Baal cried out to their God from morning until evening, but he never answered because he wasn't real. Today's false gods, money, success, pleasure, power, technology, entertainment, promise fulfillment, but can never deliver on their promises. Only the true God can satisfy the deepest longings of the human heart. Third, we see that God often chooses to work through ordinary people who have extraordinary faith. Elijah wasn't from a prominent family or an influential background. He was just a man who believed God and was willing to stake everything on that belief. God is still looking for such people today, men and women who will trust him completely and obey him fully, regardless of the circumstances or the opposition. Fourth, we learn the importance of prayer in the life of faith. Elijah's prayer was simple but powerful because it was offered in complete faith and alignment with God's will. He wasn't trying to manipulate God or impress people. He was simply communicating with his heavenly Father and trusting him to act according to his promises. Fifth, we see that God's miracles often come after periods of preparation and testing. The 3 years of drought weren't just punishment for sin, they were preparation for a miracle. God was setting the stage for a demonstration of his power that would be undeniable and unforgettable. Sometimes what looks like delay in our lives is actually divine preparation for something greater than we could imagine. Conclusion. Where is your Mount Carmel? As we conclude this incredible story, I want to ask you a personal question. Where is your Mount Carmel? What situation in your life is calling for a clear demonstration of God's power and faithfulness? What false gods have you been trusting instead of the one true God? What impossible circumstance are you facing that only divine intervention can resolve? Maybe you're facing a financial crisis that seems hopeless and you need God to provide for your needs. in supernatural ways. Perhaps you're dealing with a health challenge that has left doctors puzzled, and you need the great physician to demonstrate his healing power. It could be that you're struggling with a relationship that seems beyond repair, and you need the God of restoration to work a miracle in your marriage or family. Or maybe your Mount Carmel is more internal. Maybe you've been worshipping the false gods of success, approval, comfort, or control, and you need to experience the reality of God's presence and power in a fresh way. Maybe you've been trying to live the Christian life in your own strength, and you need to discover what it means to depend completely on God's power rather than your own abilities. The same God who answered Elijah's prayer with fire from heaven is still on the throne today. He still hears the prayers of his people. He still demonstrates his power in impossible situations. He still turns hearts back to himself and brings restoration where there has been devastation. But like Elijah, we must be willing to stake everything on God's faithfulness. We must be prepared to stand alone if necessary, to trust when circumstances seem impossible, to pray with faith rather than doubt, and to give God the opportunity to show his power in ways that will leave no doubt about his reality and love. The fire that fell on Mount Carmel that day wasn't just about proving that the Lord is God, though it certainly did that. It was about a loving father reaching out to his wayward children, demonstrating his power not to destroy them but to draw them back to himself. It was about restoration, redemption, and the kind of love that will go to any lengths to rescue those who are precious to him. That same love is reaching out to you today. That same power is available to you in your situation. That same God who answered Elijah is waiting to answer your prayers and demonstrate his faithfulness in your life. The question isn't whether God is able. The question is whether you're willing to trust him completely, to step out in faith even when the odds seem impossible, and to give him the opportunity to show his power in your Mount Carmel moment. So I challenge you today, don't settle for the false gods of our culture. Don't be satisfied with a powerless religion that looks good on the surface but lacks the reality of divine presence. Cry out like the people on Mount Carmel, "The Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God." And then watch as the fire of his presence transforms your impossible situation into a testimony of his faithfulness and power. The same God who sent fire from heaven is ready to move in your life today. Are you ready to trust him completely and see what he will do? Remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more life-changing messages like this one. Until next time, may you know the reality of God's presence and power in every area of your life. God bless you.
Hello, dear soul, and welcome to tonight's sacred story. Before we begin, I'd love to gently invite you to share. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it as you begin to rest? It's always beautiful to see how far this quiet circle of peace and God's word stretches around the world. And if you find peace and comfort tonight in this gentle story, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest, where you can drift into sleep surrounded by scripture, stillness, and the tender presence of God. Now, take a slow, calming breath and settle in. Tonight, we walk through golden fields of faith as we enter the book of Ruth. In the gentle hills of Judah, beneath a sky that once poured abundance upon the land, the town of Bethlehem, whose name itself means house of bread, had become a place of emptiness. The fields lay parched, the grain stores depleted, and hunger walked freely through the streets that once overflowed with harvest songs. In one small home, a woman named Naomi whispered prayers as she packed what little remained of her family's possessions. Her husband Elimelech stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed on the horizon, toward the land of Moab where rumours of plenty had reached their desperate ears. Their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, young men with dreams still unformed, help secure their meagre belongings for the journey ahead. "Is this truly what Yahweh wishes for us?" Naomi asked softly, her hands trembling slightly as she folded a well-worn shawl. "To leave the land of our fathers?" Elimelech's voice was gentle but firm. "Sometimes faith means following the path of provision wherever it leads. We go to survive, beloved. We go to live." And so they set out, a small family among many who sought survival beyond their homeland's borders. The road stretched long before them, a winding path into uncertainty. With each step away from Bethlehem, Naomi felt the weight of leaving grow heavier, like gathering storm clouds behind them. Moab received them with fields less barren than those they had left. They built a simple life there, foreigners in a strange land that worshipped strange gods. They kept to themselves, honouring the Sabbath in quiet ways, speaking of Yahweh in evening whispers when the day's work was done. But sorrow knows no boundaries, respects no borders. It found them even there, across the Dead Sea from their homeland. First came the quiet, unexpected night when Elimelech did not wake with the dawn. Naomi wept as they buried him according to their customs, as best they could in foreign soil. Her sons stood like slender reeds on either side of her, bending in the wind of grief but not breaking. Time continued its patient march. The sons found wives among the Moabite women. Mahlon married Ruth, a woman with gentle eyes and a voice like summer rain. Chilion took Orpah, whose laughter could brighten even their darkest days of longing for home. For 10 years they lived thus, not in abundance, but in enough, until enough became too little and the shadows returned. First Mahlon grew ill, his strength fading like evening light. Then Chilion, as if unable to walk this world without his brother, followed him into that quiet night from which no traveller returns. 3 widows remained, their grief a shared language that needed no translation. When news reached them that the famine had lifted in Judah, Naomi's heart turned homeward. What remained for her in this land of sorrows? Better to die in the place of her birth, among her own people, than to continue as a stranger in a land that had taken everything she loved. "Go back," she told her daughters-in-law, her voice thick with both love and sorrow. "Return to your mothers' homes. May Yahweh deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them farewell, and the 3 women wept together, their tears mingling like rivers converging. Orpah's departure was a slow, reluctant walking away, her form growing smaller on the horizon, turning back once, twice, before finally disappearing around a bend in the road. But Ruth stayed. When Naomi urged her again to follow Orpah's path, Ruth's embrace tightened, her voice steady despite her tears. "Do not urge me to leave you," she whispered, the words flowing from somewhere deeper than thought. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May Yahweh deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." Naomi, who had thought herself empty of all feeling save grief, felt something stir within her breast, small as a mustard seed, fragile as a sparrow's first flight. Not quite hope, but perhaps its distant cousin. And so they walked together, 2 widows on the road to Bethlehem, Naomi returning, Ruth arriving. The older woman's steps were heavy with memories, the younger's light with the strange freedom that comes from choosing one's path with complete clarity. They arrived as the barley harvest was beginning, the fields around Bethlehem rippling like a green sea in the gentle breeze. Women drawing water recognized Naomi despite the years and sorrows that had reshaped her face. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, voices bright with surprise. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied, the name that meant pleasant now a bitter irony on her tongue. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but Yahweh has brought me back empty." As the women of Bethlehem welcomed them with curious eyes and hesitant embraces, Ruth stood quietly by Naomi's side, her hand a steady presence on the older woman's arm. In this moment, on this threshold between past and future, neither could know what fields of possibility lay before them, what harvest Yahweh was already preparing, or how their names would one day be spoken with reverence across centuries yet unborn. They knew only this: the road behind them was empty, and the road ahead unknown, but they would walk it together, step by faithful step, beneath the watchful eyes of a God who sees even sparrows when they fall. The sun had barely lifted itself above the eastern hills when Ruth rose from her mat, careful not to disturb Naomi's rare peaceful sleep. The small house they had secured, more a room than a home, was cool in the early morning light, shadows still clinging to the corners like reluctant dreams. Ruth wrapped herself in a shawl, the fabric thin but serviceable, and tied back her hair with practiced movements. She had been a daughter of comfort in Moab. Now she was a gleaner in a foreign land. The transition might have broken someone with less resilience, but Ruth had discovered a quiet strength within herself, not the kind that roars or demands attention, but the kind that simply continues, putting one foot before the other when all other options have vanished. "I will go to the fields today," she had told Naomi the night before. "Perhaps someone will allow me to glean behind their harvesters." Naomi had nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling in her tired eyes. "Go, my daughter," she had whispered. "May Yahweh guide your steps." Now, as Ruth stepped into the awakening streets of Bethlehem, she carried those words like a small flame against the uncertainty of the day ahead. The law of Moses provided for the poor, the widow, the foreigner. They were permitted to gather what the harvesters missed or deliberately left behind. It was not charity but dignity, the way of working for one's bread even when one owned no land. But Ruth was doubly vulnerable, both widow and foreigner. Which field would welcome her? Would the law's protection extend to a Moabite woman? These questions followed her like shadows as she made her way to the edges of town where the barley fields began their gentle roll toward the horizon. She paused at the boundary of the first field she encountered, watching as workers began to form lines, their sickles catching the morning light with brief flashes of brilliance. The field's owner was not present, but the foreman eyed her with suspicion. "Move along," he called, not unkindly but firmly. "We have enough local gleaners already." Ruth nodded and continued, her heart sinking slightly but her resolve undiminished. The second field brought similar results. By the time she reached the third, the sun had climbed higher, and her throat was dry with thirst and unspoken prayers. This field seemed different somehow. The workers moved with a relaxed efficiency, and there was conversation, even occasional laughter among them. Ruth hesitated, then approached the foreman, her eyes modestly lowered but her voice clear. "Please, sir," she said, "might I glean among the sheaves behind your harvesters? I will be careful not to disturb their work." The foreman studied her for a long moment, noting her foreign accent, the quality of her garments that spoke of better days now past. Something in her demeanour, a dignity that hardship had failed to diminish, made him nod slowly. "You may," he said. "Stay close to my servant girls, drink from our water jars when you thirst, and rest in the shade when the sun grows too fierce." Ruth's gratitude was a physical sensation, warm in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're most kind to a stranger." The work was harder than anything she'd done before, bending, searching, gathering the scattered stalks left behind. The sun climbed higher, its heat a heavy blanket across the fields. The other gleaners, mostly local widows and their children, kept their distance, though their curious glances sometimes found her. But Ruth worked steadily. Her determination measured in each stalk added to her growing bundle. By midday she'd gathered enough to make the effort worthwhile, though her back ached and her hands were rough with new blisters. She was resting briefly in the shadow of a large sycamore at the field's edge when a commotion among the workers drew her attention. A man had arrived, tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone accustomed to respect. The foreman hurried to greet him, and the workers called out blessings. "The Lord be with you," the man responded, his voice carrying across the field. "The Lord bless you," they answered in unison. This, then, was the owner of the field where Ruth had found favour. She watched as he moved among his people, speaking to each, asking after families, offering words that brought smiles to weary faces. There was something different about him, a kindness that seemed as natural as breathing. When his circuit of the field brought him near where Ruth rested, he paused, his gaze falling on her with quiet curiosity. "Who is this young woman?" he asked his foreman. "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi," the man replied. "She asked permission to glean behind the harvesters. She has worked steadily since morning, with only this brief rest." The owner, Boaz was his name, Ruth heard someone nearby whisper, approached her then. Instinctively she rose and bowed slightly, uncertain of the proper protocol but determined to show respect. "Listen, my daughter," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Do not go to glean in another field. Stay here with my servant girls. Watch where they harvest and follow them. I have told the men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, drink from the jars the men have filled." Ruth's surprise made her bold. She bowed lower, her voice barely audible even to herself. "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz's answer was unexpected in its thoughtfulness. "I have been told all that you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband's death, how you left your father and mother and your homeland to come to a people you did not know before. May Yahweh repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." His words washed over Ruth like cool water on a parched day. For so long she'd been defined by what she had lost: husband, homeland, security. Now, for the first time, someone saw what she'd chosen, what she had given, what she had become. "You have put me at ease, my lord," she said, her voice steadier now. "You have spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not have the standing of one of your servant girls." When the meal break came, Boaz himself invited her to share bread with the harvesters. He handed her roasted grain, more than she could eat, and she saved some for Naomi. Throughout the afternoon, Ruth noticed that the harvesters seemed to be dropping more grain than seemed accidental. Once she caught the foreman's eye as he instructed a worker to deliberately leave a small bundle behind. He looked away quickly, but not before she glimpsed something like approval in his gaze. When evening came and Ruth gathered her gleaning, an ephah of barley, far more than she had dared hope for, she felt something she had not expected to feel again: the quiet satisfaction of provision, of having enough for tomorrow. As she walked back toward Bethlehem, the setting sun painting the limestone buildings in shades of amber and rose, Ruth carried not just barley, but something weightier: the knowledge that in this strange new land, under the wings of a God she was still coming to know, she had been seen. Not as Naomi's burden, not as an unwelcome foreigner, but as someone worthy of kindness, and in the shadow of that kindness small seeds of possibility had begun to stir in the soil of her heart. The soft glow of oil lamps pushed back the evening darkness as Ruth entered the small dwelling she shared with Naomi. Her mother-in-law sat in the dimness, her hands, once strong and capable, now resting idle in her lap, testament to a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. "Is that you, my daughter?" Naomi called, her voice brightening slightly. "It is," Ruth answered, setting down her bundle with a soft thud. The sound seemed to fill the small space with promise. Naomi leaned forward, her eyes widening as Ruth opened the cloth to reveal the day's gleaning, golden barley catching the lamplight like treasure. "Where did you glean today?" she asked, running her fingers through the grain with wonder. "Blessed be the one who took notice of you." Ruth began to prepare a portion of the grain for their evening meal as she recounted the day's events, the field, the unexpected kindness, the owner who had spoken to her with respect rather than suspicion. "The man's name was Boaz," she finished, watching as something flickered across Naomi's face. Recognition, then a sudden animation that had been absent for so long. "Boaz!" Naomi exclaimed, her voice stronger than Ruth had heard it in months. "That man is a relative of ours, one of our guardian redeemers." "Guardian redeemer?" Ruth echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Naomi's eyes held a spark now, like embers rekindling. "In our laws, in our customs, a guardian redeemer is a relative who has the responsibility to protect the interests of the needy members of the extended family, to redeem property that has been sold in times of hardship, to continue the family line." Her voice trailed off, her thoughts clearly racing ahead of her words. "The Lord has not stopped showing his kindness," Naomi whispered, almost to herself. "That man is one of our closest relatives." As they ate their simple meal of roasted grain and water, Ruth noticed that Naomi ate with more appetite than she had shown since their return to Bethlehem. Occasionally, the older woman would pause, her head tilted slightly as if listening to distant music only she could hear. The barley harvest continued, and Ruth returned to Boaz's fields each day. True to his word, she was protected, provided for, included in the shared meals. Some of the local women began to speak to her, their initial wariness giving way to cautious friendship. Ruth learned their names, heard stories of their children, shared in the communal rhythm of the harvest. When the barley harvest gave way to wheat, she remained in Boaz's fields, her presence now familiar, her diligence respected. Each evening she returned to Naomi with her gleanings. Each morning she rose before dawn to begin again. As the wheat harvest neared its end, Naomi called Ruth to sit beside her one evening. The older woman's face was thoughtful, her voice quiet but determined. "My daughter," she began, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our relative, with whose young women you have been working? See, he's winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi outlined a plan, bold, unconventional, but rooted in custom and law. She was to bathe, anoint herself with fragrant oil, put on her best garment, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be sleeping to guard the harvest. After he had eaten and drunk and lain down, she was to uncover his feet and lie down there, a symbolic gesture, a quiet request for protection. "All that you say I will do," Ruth promised, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. She trusted Naomi's wisdom, trusted that this was not a plan born of desperation but of genuine care and cultural understanding. That night, the stars seemed to hang lower in the sky as Ruth made her way to the threshing floor. The celebration of harvest's end was winding down. Men who had worked hard now rested deeply, their forms dark shapes against the pale circle of the threshing floor. She moved quietly, carefully, finding Boaz where he slept at the edge of a heap of grain. With trembling hands she uncovered his feet and lay down, her heart pounding so loudly she feared it might wake him before the right moment. The night air was cool, the ground hard beneath her, but Ruth remained still, waiting. Near midnight, Boaz stirred, startled to find someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep but not angry. "I am Ruth, your servant," she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Spread the corner of your garment over me, for you are a guardian redeemer." There was a long silence during which Ruth could hear only her own heartbeat and the distant call of a night bird. Then Boaz spoke, his voice warm with emotion she hadn't expected. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said gently. "This kindness is greater than what you showed earlier. You have not run after younger men, whether rich or poor, and now don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people of my town know that you are a woman of noble character." His words washed over her like a blessing, affirming not just her request but her person, her character, her choices, her worth. "It is true that I am a guardian redeemer," he continued, his voice thoughtful, "but there is a guardian redeemer more closely related than I. Stay here for the night, and in the morning, if he wants to redeem you, good, let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, as surely as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Now, lie here until morning." Ruth lay at his feet until dawn began to paint the eastern sky with the first pale colours of day. Before it was light enough for people to recognize each other, Boaz gently woke her. "Let it not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor," he said, practical and protective. Then he measured out 6 measures of barley, a generous gift, a promise of more to come, and placed it in her shawl. "Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he explained. When Ruth returned and recounted the night's events, Naomi's eyes shone with a mixture of tenderness and satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she counselled, "until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." And as the morning light filled their small home, Ruth felt a strange peace settle over her. Not the peace of certainty, for much remained unresolved, but the peace that comes from having taken a step in faith, from having placed one's future in hands both human and divine. Outside, the streets of Bethlehem were coming to life. Somewhere in the town, Boaz was already moving toward the city gate, where matters of law and redemption were settled. Whatever the day would bring, Ruth knew that she had been seen, heard and valued, not despite her foreignness, her widowhood, her poverty, but somehow mysteriously, because of the person these circumstances had revealed her to be. And in that knowledge, she found a quiet strength to wait, to hope, to trust in the unfolding of a story that suddenly seemed larger than her own life. A story written in fields of barley and wheat, in promises spoken in the darkness, in the steadfast love of a God who sees the sparrow fall and counts the hairs on every head. The morning light spilled across Bethlehem like honey warm and golden. Boaz had risen early, his mind filled with purpose, his heart with a mixture of hope and determination. He made his way to the town gate, the place where elders gathered, where business was conducted, where justice was administered in full view of the community. He had barely settled himself when the guardian redeemer he had mentioned to Ruth approached. "Come over here, my friend," Boaz called, motioning to a seat beside him. "Sit down here." The man complied, curious about this formal invitation. Boaz then gathered 10 elders of the town, asking them to sit as witnesses. What was about to transpire was no small matter. It concerned inheritance, redemption, the continuation of a family line that had nearly been extinguished. "Naomi, who has returned from Moab," Boaz began carefully, "is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it in the presence of these seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people." The relative's eyes brightened with interest. Land was wealth, security, legacy. "I will redeem it," he said promptly, But Boaz was not finished. His next words were measured, precise, laying out the full implications of redemption. On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property. The relative's expression shifted. To redeem the land was one thing, a sound investment, but to marry Ruth meant dividing his own inheritance, complicating his family line. His enthusiasm visibly cooled. "Then I cannot redeem it," he said. "Because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." To formalize the transaction, the man removed his sandal, an ancient custom signifying the transfer of redemption rights. "Buy it yourself," he said, handing the sandal to Boaz. Boaz turned to the elders and all the people gathered at the gate. "Today you are witnesses," he declared, his voice carrying across the morning stillness, "that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The elders and all at the gate responded with one voice, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Dia." Their blessing echoed against the stone walls of Bethlehem, a public proclamation of hope and expectation. In that moment, among witnesses and with proper legal procedure, Ruth's journey from widow to wife, from foreigner to family, from gleaner to landowner was complete. When Boaz returned to tell Ruth what had transpired, he found her helping Naomi prepare the midday meal, her movements graceful despite the humble task. At the sight of him in the doorway, both women paused, their eyes questioning. "It is done," he said simply. "All that I promised has been accomplished." Ruth's marriage to Boaz was celebrated with the quiet joy of those who have known sorrow and found unexpected sweetness on the other side. Naomi, who had returned to Bethlehem empty, now found herself part of a home filled with new beginnings. The seasons turned, bringing change to the land and to the small family. When Ruth's time came to deliver her first child, the women of Bethlehem gathered around her. The same women who had once whispered about the foreign daughter-in-law, now offering support and wisdom as she laboured. The child was a son, strong and healthy. They placed him in Naomi's arms, this woman who had lost both husband and sons, who had called herself bitter and empty. Now, as she cradled her grandson, the women of Bethlehem blessed her. "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." They named the child Obed, which means serving or worshipping, a name that spoke of gratitude, of recognition that this child was not just the continuation of a family line, but a gift from a God who sees the end from the beginning. What none of them could know, as they celebrated the birth with bread and wine and laughter, was that this child, Obed, would one day be the grandfather of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. And from David's line centuries later would come the Messiah, the ultimate redeemer, whose story of love and sacrifice would echo Ruth's loyalty and Boaz's redemption on a cosmic scale. As Boaz watched Ruth with their son, he marvelled at the intricate weaving of their lives, how sorrow had led to joy, how loss had opened the door to finding, how endings had become beginnings. He thought of the day he had first noticed Ruth in his fields, her quiet dignity as she gleaned among the sheaves. How could he have known then what this foreign woman would come to mean not only to him, but to the future of his people? In the soft twilight of their home, With Naomi singing gentle lullabies to Obed and Ruth's hand warm in his own, Boaz understood that some harvests are gathered not in fields of grain, but in the human heart, in acts of kindness, in choices of loyalty, in the courage to begin again when all seems lost. Outside their window, the hills of Bethlehem were turning purple with evening shadows. Somewhere in those hills, shepherds watched their flocks, stars began their nightly vigil, and the world continued its ancient rhythms of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of loss and redemption. But within this one small home, within these few beating hearts, a miracle had occurred. The quiet, everyday miracle of restoration, of empty hands being filled again, of bitter lives turning sweet, of a future reclaimed from the ashes of the past. And as night fell over Bethlehem, as oil lamps were lit and evening prayers whispered, as the infant Obed drifted into sleep secure in the knowledge of being utterly loved, the story of Ruth and Boaz, of faithful love and kindness reciprocated, became another golden thread in the tapestry of faith that would one day welcome the world's Redeemer. The stars appeared one by one in the deepening blue of the evening sky, like silver seeds scattered across a celestial field. In homes throughout Bethlehem, oil lamps cast their gentle glow against limestone walls, and families gathered for evening meals, for prayers, for the sharing of the day's small victories and concerns. In one such home, the home of Boaz, Ruth, and Naomi, the day was drawing to its peaceful close. Little Obed, now a toddler with his father's strong build and his mother's gentle eyes, had been tucked into bed after a story from his grandmother Naomi. His breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of childhood sleep, innocent and complete. Ruth sat in the courtyard, her fingers working methodically at a loom, creating fabric for their household. The rhythmic movement of the shuttle was soothing, meditative, a dance between yarn and skill that produced something both beautiful and necessary. Boaz watched her from the doorway, struck again by the quiet grace that had first drawn him to her in the fields. "Your hands create such beauty," he said softly, joining her in the cool evening air. Ruth smiled, her eyes never leaving her work. "My mother taught me to weave when I was a child," she replied. "She said that the making of cloth is like the making of a life, thread by thread, day by day, until a pattern emerges that was invisible at the beginning." Naomi appeared in the doorway, carrying a small cup of wine. "The child sleeps," she announced, her voice warm with contentment. "He asked again for the story of how his mother came from a distant land." "And did you tell him?" Boaz asked, making room for Naomi on the bench beside him. "I did," Naomi nodded, taking a small sip of wine. "I told him how Ruth chose love over safety, how she gleaned in the fields, how you noticed her and showed kindness." "He likes that part," Ruth added with a smile, "the part where his father was the hero." Boaz shook his head gently. "If there is a hero in our story, beloved, it is not I. It is you who left everything familiar to follow Naomi. It is Naomi who endured loss upon loss, yet found the strength to return home. It is the Lord who guided each step, though we could not see the path ahead." The three sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. The night air was cool but not cold, fragrant with the scent of ripened fruit from the small orchard that bordered their property. In the distance, a shepherd's flute played a melancholy tune, its notes drifting over the sleeping town like a blessing. "Do you ever think," Naomi said eventually, her voice thoughtful, "of how differently things might have unfolded if the famine had never come, if my sons had lived, if Ruth had returned to her mother's house as Orpah did?" Boaz reached for Ruth's hand, his calloused palm enveloping her smaller one. "I think of it often," he admitted. "How 1,000 different choices, 1,000 different circumstances might have led us all elsewhere. Yet here we are, brought together by both sorrow and joy." Ruth set aside her weaving, her eyes reflecting the first bright stars. "In Moab," she said softly, "we had a saying, 'The path to the garden often leads through the desert.' I did not understand it fully until I lived it." "And now?" Naomi asked. "Now I understand that sometimes the desert is necessary," Ruth answered. "Sometimes the empty road, the lonely field, the long night of waiting, these are not detours from God's plan, but the very path itself." Boaz nodded, his face solemn in the gathering darkness. "When I was a younger man," he said, "I often questioned why the Lord had not blessed me with a wife, with children. I watched my friends build families while I built barns and storehouses. I wondered if I had somehow missed the fullness of life." He looked at Ruth, his eyes soft with wonder even after these years together. "Now I see that I was waiting for you, though I did not know it. That each harvest I oversaw, each field I planted, was preparation for the day when a Moabite widow would come to glean among my sheaves." Naomi's laugh was gentle, without bitterness. "And I, who accused the Lord of emptying my hands, look what he has filled them with." She gestured toward the house where Obed slept, toward the small but thriving household that had grown around her. Sometimes emptiness is just the space God is creating for something new. As they sat together in the deepening twilight, a sense of reverent gratitude settled over them. Not the loud exuberance of those who have never known loss, but the deeper, quieter joy of those who have walked through shadows and found light waiting on the other side. The tale of their lives, this unexpected family, formed from fragments of broken dreams, would be told and retold through generations. Not because it was extraordinary in its outward circumstances, but because it revealed an extraordinary truth, that in the hands of a loving God nothing is wasted. Not grief, not loyalty, not kindness, not love freely given with no expectation of return. In the quiet darkness of Bethlehem, as the household of Boaz and Ruth prepared for sleep, they could not know how their story would echo through time, how the great-grandson of their son would be anointed king of Israel, how from their lineage would come the promised Messiah. They knew only this, that the God who had led them through famine and loss, through foreign fields and threshing floors, through legal proceedings and new beginnings.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning, not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people, after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, the storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively. Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat, but he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret? constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds, of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, he was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive, but more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. "If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it, "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment, and somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were skeptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night, he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness, he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees, everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he had received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find, swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognized that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific, Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home. The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years. A victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he had witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." The irony was profound. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up," he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and at Gideon's signal create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. the enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the three companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed, and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp as 300 jars smashed simultaneously. 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpets' heights sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marvelled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah. This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured 2 of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zebah and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, The story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land, like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognise the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats, the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the winepress, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the winepress, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.'" The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam. 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake, some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle. But the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back, and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water, but still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men? Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lap the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands, the Lord said. Let all the others return home. The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders. None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty. The God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. Two men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf, representing humble Israel, would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness, toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They'd come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "We are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The 3 companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other 2 companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, it seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpet spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces. They captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, 2 of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the desert. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the 2 kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralized and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorized his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specializes in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zebah and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland, representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable, and who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer who had needed multiple signs and confirmations had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abimelech, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey from fearful farmer to victorious leader speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned: that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face. Whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems, the principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specialises in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. In our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in Him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in Him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for His people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak, to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies.